Mm-hmm. Hold up. Oh, I see a red thing. Hell yeah. See you in a bit. Thank you. Alright, let me... For some reason I have 2 viewers on Twitch. Who in the world is viewing me on Twitch? Oh, probably just a regular. I'm gonna say this is a no mic stream. Hello, Melissa. How you doing? Doing alright? Gonna need better everything. I have no vitality to hold weapons. No endurance to swing them. No vigor to endure the damage. Oh, it was a very intrusive sneeze. I've done a lot with intelligence and a bit with dexterity. You'd think I would actually be strong, but I'm basically a glass cannon, and that doesn't work very well in DS3 unless the cannon that you're bringing to the table is astronomically higher than what the enemy is capable of handling. And in my case, I don't have that much cannon. I've got like a moderate cannon at best.
Ashen 1.
Hang on, let me check that. We'll say the fairy key perimeter. I say we're considering dodge roll 3. Yes. Hello, Sparta. We are in dodge roll 3. The world. Unfortunately, I don't have the power. I think I need to kill Abyss Watchers, so we might have to farm a little bit. Just for like a level or 2. Just so that I can get, oh no, that aggro. Zim is in the restroom currently. That's why he's not talking. Oh wow. Oh yeah, the Dark Wraiths can't be backstabbed properly because they just ignore it. Wow. Okay, that's questionable. I forgot that enemies in this game have poise, even passively, but the player doesn't for some reason. Strange. Never expected Zim to talk. Zim does talk. Oh wow. So it literally grabbed the wrong guy. Okay. Wonky ass lock on. dead. Wow, okay, he did it again. Yeah, so I try to backstab him, and then he just turns around 360-degree, like, command grab. Wow, that did nothing. And I need 10,000. I would have to do that 4 more times just to get a single level. Bro. What in the world? Never had to put up with this shit in Dark Souls 1 or 2. Not even in Bloodborne. Or Sekiro. I don't think any Dark Souls game has had the leveling problem that 3 does. There's not enough, like, souls in the early game. And you only get farming spots at Lothric Castle, which is, like, the end of the game. Plus, the game's also super linear, so you essentially just get trapped in one area of the map and you can't do anything. I guess I'll just have to kill every enemy here like 2 or 3 times and then sell a bunch of items. Who's messaging me? Did you kill the dragon at the high wall of Lothric? I did not kill him. I should have, but I would have needed a bow for that. It's either this or fight the Crystal Sage, which technically I have a better shot with a Crystal Sage. The issue is just that there aren't enough like farming areas. I mean, yeah, you can farm the dark rates, I guess, but you're kind of seeing how this is turning out. Like, I have more damage against them than like most other enemy. Well, decent amount of extra damage, even though it doesn't seem like that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the backstab worked that time, but it didn't work any of the other times. Strange. At least I'm getting pale tongues. Wait, hang on. You can get pale tongues for the dark rates? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not even part of the covenant. I wonder how many of these key items I got. no, these are for the actual like I was thinking of the ears. Okay, I had to mute that. Sorry. Some Discord person in Discord was messaging me. I was hearing that in my headset. Can you guys hear me, or am I cutting out? Hang on. Oh wow. Actually, it's a pretty stable frame rate. Even though I don't have the cable. Okay. 6,000. That's not too bad. Hello, Jeremy. How you doing? How's it going? Let me get rid of that spell thing. I'm gonna do spook. Because I need to be able to do this efficiently. So we'll do spook, great magic weapon, and then great soul arrow. Alright, here we go. Now I just let them kill each other. Not my problem. This might have been the best mechanic that Dark Souls 3 ever introduced, and that's that like different factions of enemies like attacking each other. Oh. I'm dead. Doing good, thanks for asking. Yeah. Okay. I feel like I'm underleveled when in reality I just takes like way too little commitment for the dark race to kill you. Well, I got cookies now. How's you're doing good, Jeremy? I really wish I could be more like productive here in this game, but game kind of limits me. Alright, they're wailing on the dark wraiths. Oh, they actually killed him. Mad lads. Now I'm gonna kill them. As gratitude. We have the attitude of gratitude. The attitude of gratitude is apparently death. The port of this game is called the First Berserker Kazan. It's really cool. Oh, oops. Hold up. Wow, the needless amount of jumping. I've never heard of that. First Berserker. Just a dark race would grant you 2,000 souls. Considering how tough they are to kill. And Dark Souls 3 really needs a Skull of the First Sin treatment. Changing of enemy design. Changing iframes on rolls. Moving dexterity casting to attunements. Buffing magic damage. And magic casting speed. Also actual 60 FPS update. probably also needs toning down of resistances, specifically fire resistances from strength, and then also like a couple other things. Alright. I've got one level. All of that for a single level. In other games, I probably would have gotten enough for like 2 or 3 levels, and then some extra items and equipment that I could buy. But, well, we'll work with what we have. Ashen One, how could I be of service to your worthless hide? I could probably put that on. Give me some poise. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put up some gear. Put up or shut up. Because, well, I forgot that you can't take whatever weapons you want because no armor can be upgraded. Zamir, he's in the restroom, but he'll be back, I think, in like 10 minutes. Oh, wow, the Dark Leggings have nearly as much magic resistance.
Ashen One.
I look like a creep.
Ashen One.
Works very then taken. Farewell, Ashen One.
Right, we're gonna go kill the Crystal Sage. Because now we have... Well, I guess we have the adequate amount of soul arrows that we can fire at him. It's technically possible to kill... A little misunderstanding from, like, a lot of people play, like, RPGs and whatnot that it's technically possible, not even necessarily difficult, to kill someone who specializes in a specific like mechanic, such as magic. So, for example, killing a sorcerer with magic is actually feasible in most RPGs. You just have to have either enough power, enough casting, or versatile enough spells to create setups, whether the weapons, or a power and usages on your own. Is the protagonist in Dark Souls are the protagonists in Dark Souls named the Ashen One? No, that is just Dark Souls 3. Because the character in Dark Souls 3 is an unkindled. He is not an undead. The one in Dark Souls 2 is the bearer of the curse, or the true monarch, is what he's also called. The one in the first game is chosen undead. Like, as you can see, I take a decent bit of mag damage, but if you summon a more powerful cast and you fire, you will die. Kill you, even though you're minding your own business. Now with the sorcerer, the crystal sage, he has pretty heavy magic resistance, but he still takes like 60, 70 something points of damage off of magic. Well, if I were to shoot him, oh, great, surprise attacks. If I were to shoot him enough times, I wouldn't really have to worry about that. Plus, I can hit him with my my sword as well. And even though I'm going to be infusing it with magic properties, which he will resist, the base damage of the sword is technically, I think, like thrust damage, which at this point is around 200 something points. Oh no, I almost fell down there. They have Soul Spear or Crystal Soul Spear at the beginning of the game. Hello everyone. Oh, hello Rock and Alice. Now you said that Mangler has Death Battle used anything from Bury the Curse and Ashen One for the Chosen Undead. Not necessarily. Aside from spells that overlap, no. Because you wouldn't be able to. Like, the events of Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3 take place, like, thousands and thousands of years away from each other. So, like, a lot of the spells and things that show up in certain games aren't in other games. Not just in gameplay, but also in the lore. So, like, you would give a lot of hexes and abilities to the Bearer of Curse that you would never give to any of the other characters. Oh, wow. Did my damage just get higher? Oh. Why is my damage so much higher now? What the hell? Maybe my lack of patience has just made me stronger. Oh wait, hang on. I seem to be doing way more damage with the Crystal Sage this time. I don't know what's
Holy
going
shit,
on.
you're still on the Crystal Sage, bro? It's been half an hour.
No, I just came in here and started whacking around. I've been in the room for like a minute.
Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so I only got like 2 or 3 hours of sleep last night, so I'm kind of debating if I even want to go out today. Last time I was too tired to
Well,
go out, I ran over a
well,
parking curb.
you said you got sleep, and you're like, oh, I got 2 to 3 hours of sleep. That ain't sleep.
Okay, so
That's a
so
dirt nap.
let me explain to you what happened. So there I was trying to chill out. I finished my stream like around 2:30. I go to bed. It's 5 o'clock now, but I haven't slept because I remember every waking moment of it. I have so many bags under my eyes that my bags have eyes, and I was like, body, the sun's already up. It's about to be 6 a.m. Give me anything, please. And then I slept.
I see.
Yeah, I feel a lot better after that shower. But like, I'm kind of debating to myself, those tournaments can go on till like 9 o'clock at night. I don't think I don't think I have the energy to drive safely after that. So I'll probably just chill out for today. I'll probably just let them know I'm not going. Hey, you got it.
It seems his magic resistance was not enough to save him from the magic that I have.
Hello, Jeremy.
Also, I look ugly.
I mean, yeah. I don't know, Rock
I
and
am
Alice.
ugly with a capital UG.
I believe I saw you both. I believe I saw you both last night, or at least I saw you last night, Rock and Alice. We have to redo that whole FF15 section. Oh, my Hatsune Miku secret lair showed up. It seems though, so that's pretty cool. He's dead. You stabbed him. Stabbed him.
You know? So, well, it doesn't seem like magic is that much, like, weaker in this game. Compared to Dark Souls 2, and also Dark Souls 1, when you have, well, actually, Dark Souls 1 is probably even a worse example, but, like, in Dark Souls 2, you can obviously upgrade staffs, right? And your
Mm-hmm.
intelligence to increase your magic damage. So in Dark Souls 2, when you're at like 15, like 16 something intelligence, and you have a +2 staff, you're doing like 200, 300 damage with like your base soul arrows. Like you're doing, you not only that, but you have so much more castings with one shot that like you can fight like most enemies pretty comfortably, and you also fire them faster as well without having to upgrade like dex. Whereas
Yes.
in this game, you have to shoot someone 5 to 6 times to kill them, and because of how poise works in this game, they'll probably intercept you before you get the chance. So you spend most of the time just running away and running and gunning magic, rather than just being able to like kill them effectively at a range before they get in.
Yeah.
Or if you decide to play close quarters with magic, you also have the spells to actually do that in Dark Souls 2, because you have powerful things like Soul Shower and like the Soul Barrage. Like you can play close range magic. Like you're not just like a zoner. You can run up to someone's face and shotgun blast them with magic. Whereas in this game, you try to shotgun blast someone with magic, they'll slap your ass across the room.
I like how he says
Especially the
that,
dark rays.
but then he just buffs his weapon and just starts stabbing.
Yeah, but most of the damage I'm doing from this is not the actual magic damage.
Uh-huh.
It's the thrust damage. Like they changed the way the damage was converted on the magic infusements. Because
Yeah.
before, I believe it's like whatever damage that you're doing plus like 60 something extra magic damage. And then it was like a flat damage thing, and now it's like it's a percentage of your magic stat, but the magic stat has been weakened in this game significantly. So as a result, you're just getting a percentage of a weaker stat, which
Yes.
wasn't really that effective to begin with. Like
Yeah.
you're correct in that it seems strong on the enemies in the early game because the enemies I'm fighting are hollows that have no armor and no magic resistance. So of course they're gonna die to soul abilities. But when I run into someone who's like a big beefy dude, even a guy that doesn't have magic resistance, it takes like 5 soul arrows to drop him. And that's assuming he doesn't just close the gap and smash me with his giant like lawn mowing equipment.
Crazy.
Ah,
No, we'll see what happens though, regarding where I go out later today or not.
Very well.
Because yeah, I
Maybe
was
take
not
another nap.
expecting last night to have such a bad night. That was
Farewell,
weird.
Ashen One.
Take another nap.
I don't take
Do
naps.
it. Fool.
My body is not built with such weakness in mind.
I don't remember Crystal Hail being like particularly great.
Hey, what else are you gonna fucking do? Oh, you can have his rapier.
The rapier can give you. Well, the rapier would actually. Oh wait, no, I wouldn't be able to put magic weapon on the rapier.
Why not?
Because boss weapons can't be infused.
But aren't you just, wait. Why don't you just look it up before you make a decision? Because can't you? Because you're not infusing it technically. You're just buffing it. They count as different things.
Well, when I say when I meant infuse, I meant buff. My bad. You can't infuse or buff
Uh,
a boss weapon at all in DS3.
that don't sound right.
Yeah, can't do it. Granted, it does have a rapier thing, which I'm already using, so I'm familiar with it, and it does do actual inherent magic damage. Plus, it uses a different kind of upgrade system in the form of Titanite scales. But I would need 13 strength to do it, which means I would have to sacrifice 6 levels that I don't have and I'm not capable of getting right now, just to get something that increases item discovery.
You could just not grab either of them right now, like if you really don't want
Yeah,
to.
no, I'm not going to. I'm just trying to weigh my options, and my options are trash.
Isn't the Crystal Hailstorm like still good? Isn't it the one that like follows you?
I'm pretty sure it's the overhead like shower rain of like it's basically like acid rain from DMC 3. You shoot a shot up into the air and it shoots a bunch of projectiles down like 10 feet in front of you.
Yeah.
It's not even tracking. It's just like a shotgun that like inaccurately spews from above.
Let's see.
Now let's see what we got here. Oh yes, the dudes.
Yeah, no. So, I heard you had a very lengthy discussion yesterday.
Yes.
You feeling better?
Yes. It wasn't frustrating. It was just really long.
Yeah, Devil told me you were like in a 5-hour discussion.
Yes.
That's good, at least it wasn't frustrating. Okay, so is this what you were talking about? Someone with armor just immediately just fucks you up?
Well, also, like, someone has any amount of magic resistance, you're basically fucked in a close quarters combat situation.
Yeah, because he is taking you out. He is taking you to town. So I didn't realize this, but Hulu
Gotta play
actually
extremely
lets you watch the Marvel movies in chronological order.
carefully. Out for you?
What? What was that? Oh, he just lagged out. So we'll have to wait and see when he realizes that situation. Man, no, I didn't realize that the Marvel movies can be seen in chronological order now. On Hulu. Apparently, yeah, so it's Captain America, the first movie, and then it goes into Captain Marvel, which I actually found kind of interesting because, like, yes, that is true. Captain Marvel should be next in the timeline, but it's kind of weird to think about. Although, interestingly enough, The Incredible Hulk apparently takes place before Thor does, according to the official MCU timeline.
I'm gonna switch to
All right,
something else.
that's fine.
Control.
Yeah, I did not realize that was the situation in the MCU timeline. I would have thought the Incredible Hulk would have come afterwards. But I guess it makes sense. Although it does come after Iron Man 2. So, in the timeline of events, the Incredible Hulk is after the events of Iron Man 2, which I guess kind of explains why Tony went to go recruit the Hulk. I don't know. I can't help but feel that that was kind of like just trying the damage control. Hello, Mangler. Welcome back.
Did someone mention the Hulk?
Yeah, apparently, according to the official MCU timeline, the Incredible Hulk movie happens before Thor.
And that's significant because
Well, because most people probably
like,
assume it happens after Thor.
oh,
Because the timeline of the first like 7 movies in chronological order is like Captain America, Captain Marvel, Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, then the Incredible Hulk, and then Thor.
I mean, doesn't Thor have a cutscene at the end where like Tony Stark comes into like the freaking bar to talk to like
And that's Incredible Hulk.
I might be thinking of the whole.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
Incredible
that's
Hulk. Which is
why
which
the
is why
hell is
like
it keep
because
sending me?
when we were at the store watching it, I was like, all right, well, I guess that makes sense now technically because even though he's not part of the program, he probably would be helping out with the program.
Hang on a sec, my Wi-Fi is being weird on my computer. My computer sucks at receiving Wi-Fi. It's trash. That was the Wi-Fi. If it was better, I wouldn't have this issue.
Yeah. That being said, I completely forgot how much sexualized content there was in Iron Man 2 when it came to Scarlett Johansson.
Yes.
Because like
Okay,
randomly out what
I'm back. Go ahead.
like randomly out of nowhere when Tony's looking her up, he finds I guess her social media page where she's in nothing but lingerie on a bed. And I was just like, I completely forgot about this part. And then the same again
The
when she's
amount of
undressing at the back of the car.
the amount of shots that she's in where she's just tilting her head for a little too long.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I did notice that. No, yeah, but like I mean, obviously times change and stuff, but I was just like, wow, that's kind of crazy. And you have that kind of dichotomy, especially because Captain Marvel was right before this one, technically. Like, although they skipped Captain Marvel because they were like, we're not gonna watch that trash, and I was like, I mean that's fine, not really chronological order, but that's fine.
Who was this talking about?
What?
So, like, who was this in reference to? Like the person watching the MCU.
Oh no, it was just like my boss at work, like because like we just watch TV.
Oh,
Or we don't watch TV. Like I'm doing orders in the back, but I used to play my music soundtrack for them, but I got headphones because I work in the back now, so I don't have to hear the customers. And so they just put random stuff on TV now, and now they're watching movies. It's just that I was working the front. I was working in the front today because we cleared our magic inventory, so we have to re-put it back in.
I don't want to criticize their decisions, but like, if they're like, man, we want to watch movies, like, you should not be picking MCU as your commitment. There are way easier things to get into that are not nearly as contrived and convoluted and
Well,
take way less time.
well, again, apparently according to Hulu, it has an official timeline of how the events are supposed to go, so they're just like, we'll just watch it from beginning to end. And I'm sure they'll be watching
If
it for
they're
the rest
gonna
of the
do
week.
that, then they should just be washing everything. Like, fucking trash.
Tony did agree with the Avengers. You just didn't agree with them working under Shield. No, the Like at the end of Iron Man 2, he's rejected from the Avengers program.
Then he's like, well, that doesn't matter. I'm better.
Yeah, so at the end of Iron Man 2, what they tell him basically is like, or the way Scarlet, I guess the way Black Widow, fucking Natasha writes a report that Tony isn't allowed, but Iron Man is, which I personally did find that one kind of stupid, in my opinion. I don't know, I don't know if that was smarter at the time because I did see the movie live when it came out. Well, live. I
Yes.
did see it when it came out, but I always found that kind of stupid because like any complaints you would have about Tony as a person genuinely stem from the fact that he was dying and he was just acting out of his like rational mind.
Now, I was gonna say the something I was gonna mention when I was going up that hill. Remember that guy with a little spider shield?
Yeah.
Okay, so I shot him like 6 times with a great soul arrow. Dude
Yep.
has like minimal armor, and it took like almost all my magic reserves of 1 bar to kill him. In another game, by comparison, since magic is determined by costs, it would probably take around at most 6 or 7 shots cast, and you would probably still have like 20 left over.
Yes, I keep
So like
forgetting you.
that's go ahead.
So I keep forgetting you are not a fan of the energy bar system.
I'm not a fan of the energy bar system in that it was meant to like severely nerf and cripple the amount of magic that was presented in the game, and the magic spells in the game are just not strong enough. Like, because we're only like we're starting, I guess we're like 25% the way through the game, and it's already starting to crap out.
Are
And
we
like most of the enemies that have been,
are we
go
dividing the
ahead.
game up by Lords of Cinder? Or are we just like in general?
I'm just saying in general, like if I were to go through this, um, I think there's about 10 more locations. So I guess you've got the Cemetery of Ash, the High Wall of Lothric, and the Undead Settlement. Those are like the first three. And then by the Road of Sacrifices, magic already starts happening. And you not
Oh
only run into
boy.
other magic users, but like tons of armor, characters like the what's it called? The
Hulk
dudes.
2003 is a pretty good movie, though I find it weird that Absorbing Man is Bruce Banner's father. To be fair,
Yeah,
Absorbing Man being his
yeah.
father at least explains how Bruce Banner came to be like the Hulk a lot better than like Marvel Comics has done.
I always forgot the fact that Absorbing Man was in Hulk 2003 because I didn't know who Absorbing Man was. I was just like, why does Bruce Banner's father have the ability to absorb everything? Like, what is this? Was that a thing in the comics? And I just assumed it was a thing in the comics.
Well, no, that would have been smart, but no, they just keep going out of their way to try and make the Hulk a more supernatural being instead of just trying to ground him.
They're like, no, it wasn't just the gamma radiation. It was actually the energy from hell itself. And I'm like, why though?
A lot of people really like the Immortal Hulk run and like what's been going on with Hulk in the last couple of years. I personally don't, but I
I
don't
can
think.
understand it, but it's like kind of stupid.
I mean, I'm not their target audience, so I would never ask them to change it or like criticize like they should change it. It's just that, like I just don't think the direction's like what the Hulk was intended to be, which is fine.
I wouldn't ask it. I would ask them to commit to it at this point, which they are, which is good. I'm just saying, like, I didn't like the idea of it being from hell, because then as soon as you tie it to hell, and as specifically the one below all, you make it seem like everything Hulk is going to do is just like necessary because it has to happen, which is kind of stupid to me. Because
And
that
there's
just means it's Marvel saying like we're always going to keep Hulk around as a perpetual function because he has to be there.
I actually enjoyed Immortal Hulk and it actually has its creepy moments. No, it's supposed to. Like they made Hulk a monster again because that's what he technically was supposed to be.
Mortal Hulk actually has like very good moments, especially when they're going inside of Bruce's subconscious. Like it has great moments in it. It's just that I don't like what they did to his like the lore behind his powers and the reason for why they did it. It was the same logic that was applied to what happened when Doom went to the alternate universe and wiped out a completely good universe that was like just a timeline where Doom decides to actually put aside his differences and be a good person. And it's literally the objective utopia that everyone wanted. And the other Doom is like, I just can't get over the fact that I suck, so ultimate nullify, everyone dies. Because I will never be good.
And then Doom proceeds to go
Doom
be
will never
good
be
in
good.
fucking Unchained Iron Man or whatever.
Oh, Invincible. No, so Invincible Iron Man happens before that. Funny enough. And that's what made Invincible Iron Man literally one of the best stories, or Infamous Iron Man, one of the best Doom stories, because it's just Doom after the events of Secret Wars 2015, after he became God, and like everyone's asking him like, why do you have this change of heart? It's like, because I was God, I reached the peak of everything, and I realized that it was not fulfilling even then. That even then I had problems, how I could have done things. That I was still inferior to Reed Richards, and I realized that maybe my perspective is incomplete, that I have only been trying things from one side of the coin. So what would happen theoretically if I were to try things from a different perspective, the way that Iron Man would do things? What would I accomplish then? Especially now that I've been like a supervillain, or labeled as a supervillain. I don't have any of the weaknesses that a regular hero would have. I'm more skilled than they are. I have connections and information that they don't have. Yeah, I'm honestly like going to be way better at their job than they are.
This is literally a win for everybody, so I will give it a shot. And it worked out great for everybody. But now I'm just back to being Doom because I like wearing the other armor.
Well, because like during the actual thing, like everyone is constantly questioning him and thinking like, oh, you're just gonna like pull a trick on us. Like we don't believe you. We're here to put you away. And it's like, well, you can chew what you will. Like I'm gonna like round up fucking 100 D-list supervillains and bring them to the raft in like an afternoon. That's more than you could do as Shield in like, weeks.
Listen, the only hero who can judge me is the boy in New York City. The rest of you can all fuck off. It was interesting to see that Bruce's dad was basically giving himself a form of the super soldier serum and it being passed on to Bruce is why things happened. Yeah, because again, like the gamma energy being passed on makes a lot more sense if they actually bother to try and explain it within reason. But then they're just like, nah, bro, hell energy. Nah, bro, one below all. Nah, bro. Bruce Banner couldn't save his mom from being beaten by his dad. Which actually,
necessary facet necessary facet of reality. You have to exist this way because we said so, and therefore you will always be in pain and suffering because that's how we want the right things.
Peter Parker over there being like, okay, if he always has to be in pain and suffering, why do I have to always be in pain and suffering?
I guarantee you we're gonna have, if we haven't already gotten the lore for it, we're gonna have some statement later on that confirms like why Peter Parker's stories always turn out this way. I mean, actually, no, we technically already have that. Who am I kidding? We have the Spider Verse.
Oh,
Like,
no, no, no,
according
no,
to the
no.
Spider Verse,
There's actually a one-shot section in Doctor Strange that explains why his life is always hell and why Mephisto keeps ruining his life over and over again.
wait, for Peter Parker?
Yeah, there's actually an in lore reason now. It was revealed in Doctor Strange because Doctor Strange basically calls him out like, why do you keep fucking with Peter Parker? And
Oh, it was Mephisto that was? I thought it was the one below, or the one above all.
no, Mephisto's the one who keeps fucking basically interfering with his life at all possible turns to keep things from happening.
I don't
And
even know why he would do that when
well,
Peter Parker is such an all-time player.
I can explain because it actually shows you why he does it. Apparently, Mephisto will conquer the Earth one day and destroy everybody, but there's one hero left who's destined to stop him, and it
I'm
shows a
sorry, but that's
panel.
that's a massive. That is
Uh,
go ahead, go ahead.
well, no, it
Go ahead.
shows a panel of demons all over the city, and Peter Parker just charging towards him, web slinging. He's already bleeding and shit, but he's just after him. And Doctor Strange
That
is
is
like, "There's
so
something you're not telling me,
stupid.
Mephisto, but that sounds about right, so I'm gonna leave." And Mephisto's like,
No,
"You got the
I
general idea, but there's always something I'll never tell people." And the panel's now changed, and it's Peter and Mary Jane's daughter charging towards him, not Peter.
listen. Okay, that's a little bit more acceptable, but if you're gonna be like, yeah, the Lord of Hell that can conquer the universe and parts of his multiverse and higher dimensions, he's afraid of a guy that can swing webs. I'm sorry, but like,
I think
go
that's
fuck
part.
yourself.
I think that's part of the reason why he's so desperate to avoid it, because it's so humiliating that he can conquer the Earth, defeat Thor and everybody else, but fucking Spider-Man is the one who's gonna take him out.
Okay, I can understand why you'd be humiliated. I'm just saying, in the context of the writing, that makes no sense.
Nah,
There's like a
bro.
million other characters we could use that are
Well,
literally better, including the guy
literally,
who's talking.
Spider-Man is literally the best hero, bro. What do you mean, bro? You know when hell invades, it's not gonna be fucking Doctor Doom doing it. He's gonna be like, "I already saved
I'm
my
sorry,
mom.
but
That Mario will be safe."
If Doctor Doom did it, everyone would still be okay with that.
Nah, bro. Mephisto hates Peter, and the fact that he can never break Peter. Mephisto's been given a lot of reasons, but that's the most recent one. Is that him and Mary Jane's daughter will be the one that kills Mephisto. So he tries to avoid that destiny as much as possible, and the Marvel writers will let it happen because they are fucking pansies.
It's so stupid. I
Doom only
consider
allows
that such a
Val-
terrible writing decision.
Doom only allows Valerie to judge him because it's a little girl, so she's allowed. Doom allows Valerie to judge him because not only is Valerie like the closest thing he's probably going to have to a daughter, but she's also smarter than him. So he actually respects her opinion.
Valerie's also not willing to just call him like a monster and disengage any conversation with him at all times. She still has a bit of the innocence of a child,
Well, no, because
and he's able to
even as an
appreciate that.
adult, she still talks to him like normally because she understands the world's not black and white, and that for as
So
much shit as they give Doom, he's not that bad.
she's more pragmatic than Reed.
It's not pragmatic. She's just more reasonable because Reed's a fucking psychopath.
Well, Reed doesn't. His actions don't really follow a lot of the logic. Like he could have more effective decisions and things that he could be doing, and he just kind of sucks at that. It's what makes him
Dude,
less pragmatic.
dude, like literally everyone on could you fucking stop missing, please? Holy, oh my, it's gonna escape. It's gonna escape.
I know.
Peter is canonically smarter than Tony. He just lacks resources. Yeah. Peter is actually a top tier among the verse, even in general. It's just not like his life is just shit, and he's a broke college student, so no one ever takes him seriously. Because there's like one panel where Ant-Man's kind of like calling out, why do we have Peter Parker here or Spider-Man at a meeting of fucking geniuses? Like, we need the smartest minds in the world, so why the fuck did you guys call him like Spider-Man? And then he's immediately the first guy to throw out a hypothesis of like what's going on, and like he's just like, oh, okay, never mind. He can stay.
Mm.
Probably the worst thing, if that's true, that's an impressive intelligence feat. I don't think they didn't have like theories, but he's the first one to just go on the board and write a theory of what's going on. That immediately just makes Ant-Man go, okay, never mind, he can stay. He is actually smart enough to be a part of the conversation. No, but yeah, no, intelligence in Marvel is weird though, because technically Moon Girl's the smartest person on the planet. Technically, I fucking hate these things.
gonna have a torch to get rid of the bleed effect because apparently that makes sense somehow. That having a torch around your body would get rid of maggots that are already inside your body and eating you alive.
Yep. Maybe they don't like the heat. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Oh, they definitely don't like the heat. I'm just wondering how a torch that's being held outside your body would burn things running inside your body. Because they'd be regulating off of your body heat, not the body heat of the torch.
Oh, that actually reminds me. Are you familiar with a YouTuber called Comic Storian?
I've heard his name before.
Well, if you didn't see his content, you probably won't like care too much about what I'm gonna say, but apparently he was confirmed dead 3 days ago. He was a very popular comic YouTuber.
I know that he was, well, obviously related to comics, but I don't remember how high he was up there compared to people like Comics Explained.
Uh, he was right up there for a while. I think Comics Explained is the one who stuck around like more like relevant longer. But Comic Storian was right up there. They were like they were the two guys reading comic stories on YouTube before anyone else did like these manga readings and shit.
How did he die?
His wife wouldn't say, but she said it was an accident, so I'm assuming something regarding like a car probably happened.
Mm,
Also,
rip.
the fact that Bruce Banner can just overpower characters Odin in his mind. Uh, I kind of wish more. I know it'll never happen because, like, kind of like how Stan Lee said, whoever wins a fight is based on who's writing the story at the time. But I really kind of wish Marvel would have done a better job of like having a consistency among like the strength of their characters.
You know, it's like funny enough that while they have more blatant statements for explaining how their cosmology works in classic Marvel, in new Marvel they have higher realms and more spaces that they explain, and like in some way, shape, or form, there's usually a version of a character now in Marvel comics that now scales to whatever that higher stuff is. You don't even need like a more, you know, or a less recent version of them. Because it's like, oh, if you want to say Thor scales to this, just go get like All Father Thor, or Thor with the Thor Force, or
Thor
Immortal
Force.
Hulk.
Yeah.
It's just kind
Currently,
of really hard to appreciate the stories that are happening. The characters are like that strong because Marvel superhero stories are kind of just about like presenting themes and ideas of the characters in the setting. If you want to explore the series, like just do like an alternate timeline version of them, or like do a completely different character, like a cosmic entity or someone like that, and then make them interesting as well.
in the Spaceship Hulk comics, Odin tries to enter Banner's mind to stop him from beating up his son, but Banner just immediately depowers him. The fuck?
Oh, isn't that the story where Thor gets turned into a Hulk and Hulk gets to the power of Mjolnir?
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's like the most fan fiction thing you've ever seen. They apparently hit Thor with enough gamma radiation that he turns into a Hulk,
Is that like the
and then
Hulk?
do
Is that like the Hulk Island arc or no?
uh, what is Hulk Island?
Well, I know there's a storyline where all the people in New York City become Hulks.
I don't know about that one. There is the main story involving like the grouping of characters after Worldbreaker Hulk that are all in the Hulk family, but that's probably something different than what you're referring to. Where do I go? My goodness. Oh wait, yeah, I gotta go over there. I know now. I know what I must do.
He doesn't understand. It's the comic where Banner takes control of the Hulk's body. And what, Baron just decides to be the biggest fucking prick imaginable? Look at you go. So what are you trying to do? Are you just trying to farm up shards or souls, or are you like
No,
lost?
I was trying to figure out where to go, but now I know where I have to go. I have to go up here to get over there to the actual Cathedral of the Deep.
I
Also, I can
see.
do.
Suspicious. And he uses Hulk as an engine, and Hulk fights soldiers, heroes, demons, and gods, some sort of simulation room. I see. You want to know what's gonna, you want to know what? I'm kind of waiting to see how Marvel's gonna be in Magic because they already confirmed that Marvel will be getting a crossover with Magic. He forgot Banner's not a good person. Is Banner not a good person? I thought MM was the bad one.
In some way. I think Strange might be the best of them.
That's uh that's probably correct, but that's also because Strange isn't like a total fucking cunt.
Yes. Well, either him or if we're talking about like the Illuminati, either him or Black Panther. But Black Panther doesn't really interact with anybody. Just kind of chills in his own
From what I
country.
understand, Black Panther's not the best to his own wife these days, so we'll see how that one goes.
Is he abusive?
No, probably no, I don't think so. Probably just a cunt. I mean, to be fair, I mean she does kind of deserve it. The whole Krakoa scene was really fucking bad for a lot of people.
This is weird for me to hear when I'm like mainly familiar with the MCU version where he's just a fucking just a nice guy all around.
Oh, Black Panther was a dick in the comics, but he was a dick for a reason. He was a dick because he believed in like just like isolation. Literally, the movie went out of its way to just denounce comic Black Panther. It was kind of funny.
I think they're like, yeah, we want to be isolationist, and then Killmonger's like, stop it, you're stupid. They're like, all right, we'll do it.
Nada español, okay. That's the I don't know.
God, this level of
So mi por
aggression.
3 horas de noche. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Marvel Comics does not have a lot of good people, which is kind of weird. Like I kind of understand the ideas like heroes can have flaws, but like why'd you make every person a piece of shit, bro? I think like only like a handful of heroes are not total pieces of shit, bro. Why are we doing this? What's the purpose here?
Oh, great, surprise attacks.
It's surprise attack. And you've also run out of ammunition. Oh, you've been locked off your Estus
Oh, I
flask.
can't. Yes, I know, because random surprise loser. Just gonna wait for this inconvenience to disappear.
Yeah, he did imprison Hulk, who is a separate sentient character, not Bruce, in his mind and tortures him by using him as an engine. Okay, to be fair, and now new cover Hulk comics banners now gay as comeuppance with Hulk now trapping him in their mind. Okay, to be as fair as possible, I think Banner has some justification for hating Hulk, to be fair. That's the thing too, is that there's like technically like Banner's within his rights as like the Hulk. Like yes, we find out in Immortal Hulk that like the evil Hulk just wanted to protect Banner and shit. But let's be clear here. Hulk's done a lot of fucked up shit to a lot of people. It's caused Banner a lot of fucking pain.
Technically, Hulk is just manifested as like usually the persona that's came about as a result of the anger that he got from being abused by his stepfather. That's primarily where Hulk came from. So he
Did
comes from a position of just pure rage as a defense mechanism.
and did he ever fucking go beat the shit out of his stepfather with his newfound power?
I don't think so, but
Sounds like bad Ryan to me, Mingler.
I'm just saying that like when you consider Hulk trying to care about Bruce, like that's definitely possible and it makes sense in the context of the series. But he's like what Hulk is not like love. He is just pure hatred.
Well, no, because like that's kind of like that gets a little bit retconned in the Mortal Hulk because fucking like the evil Hulk will
No,
call it.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
I'm aware. But like the fact is that like all the Hulks are spawned from that one. They're all modeled in some way. Granted, some of them have completely different circumstances upon which they came out. I don't remember how Joe Fixit came about, but
So Hulk was really upset at the Godfather and decided to just do it better.
these enemies. I can't fucking aim it, and also sneak attack me.
Mangler, you're literally invading their home. And they have their rights.
I have no rights but death.
Damn. Okay. David Banner's been dead long before Bruce becomes the Hulk. All right. Hear me out. Hear me out. Time travel back in time. Beat the shit out of your dad. This seems like a worthy. This like they can time travel.
No, that would never happen because then he would have to recognize and acknowledge Hulk doesn't need to be around anymore. And the writers would not only never do that, that would absolutely fuck with the premise of what Immortal Hulk introduces with him being like a necessary part of the universe.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. If the one above all tries to stop him, Hulk just beats the shit out of the one above all. He already did it
Oh,
once,
it is
technically.
simple enough. Simple enough, of course.
I mean, he basically already did it once before.
I'm joking here. Like he fucking didn't at all.
Look, look. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Banner was really smart. There's, there's definitely something that Hulk power could be going towards more productively. If he wanted to trap someone in his mind to torture, why didn't he just fucking put his dad in his mind and just fucking beat the shit out of him every day with the Hulk?
No.
No, no, that would be reasonable. That would be intelligent. Yeah, we can't have all characters be that, now, can we?
Like if you want to make a dark side to your hero, do something like that where his dark side is putting an asshole in his place and getting revenge for it. Like if that's the worst you got to offer, you're a fucking angel in my book.
No, no, Mangler's hero should rise above it all, and under no circumstances should you ever get revenge for things that happen to you, because revenge is
This
never the answer.
this is why I like preferring to watch things like Castlevania's anime. or things in Marvel because it's so skewed, so fucking black and white, and they're just like when they have questions about like killing all of humanity. So the character's like, no, humanity is like sometimes an asshole. That's true. We have good things too. Like, are you saying I shouldn't punish people? No, no. Bastards need killing. But
What is that, Mangler? That's not the core values of the West. What is that?
like that is verbatim what he says. Like, yeah, bastards need killing, and I'm like, that's not wrong. There's a certain point in society where you reach a set amount of like actions and decisions where you've caused enough harm to where society is probably better off locking you away or offing you because you were just so much of a harm to everyone else. And it would be a stupid idea to do anything else. I mean, we literally already do this. I don't know why superhero comics seem to forget this. Oh wait, that's right, because they don't know how to tell stories in a more
Eh?
like believable manner. That's maybe why like every single superhero story is always like, well, we beat the criminals, and then the next week they're right back out on the street. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds like your justice system just isn't working at all because there's no way these people have the legal representation to be able to murder 4 people and then get away with it.
Well, one of my lawyer is Saul Goodman.
I guess you got it. So speaking honestly, like for a minute, no, like there is no lawyer that could get you off on like 4 direct murder charges when the police have like not just fingerprints, but like DNA evidence of you committing the crime, multiple witnesses, and everything. Like the best lawyers in the country wouldn't be able to get you off because they wouldn't be able to make an argument for it, even if they had to water down the charges on the prosecution's part. And even then, you'd still get sued, probably by the party. That's literally what happened to O.J. Simpson. Like he got off, right? And then the family was like, no, that's not acceptable. We're suing you for the civil liability of causing damages. He had to pay like millions of dollars.
I
So even then, like, go ahead.
I always
What were you
love the
gonna say?
fact that O.J. Simpson has both canonically won and lost a case regarding the murder of his wife.
Yes. So someone, I think he actually died recently, and someone said on a, what a, it's something about like I will not rest until my wife's killer is brought to justice. Well, now he can finally rest because his wife's killer has been brought to justice.
I I
Oh,
I kind of just want to like
that's so good. That's such
no
a
like
good meme.
that's great, but like I kind of wonder just a little bit, like just a little down my mind. What if he genuinely was innocent? What if there was a crazy coincidence that just happened that night? I know he wasn't. There's no fucking way. But what if?
Yeah, no, but that would be wild. Also, I don't think that would really change anything at this point because he was already in prison for the last 7 to 8 years for performing a completely separate crime involving armed robbery. So
That should not
he's not
exist.
a good person. Yeah, like he was not a good person. And he was criminally liable for other crimes that had nothing to do with the death of his wife. Maybe not at the time, but later on. And even then, like he wasn't found guilty of the death of his wife. He got
Oh,
off,
so he
so
technically was. So in the criminal case, the important one, he was not found guilty based on the argument presented by the defendant, but that case is not viable to really accept because there was a lot of issues around that case that made the
yeah.
decision askewed regardless. Because we all like to believe the jury's impartial, but like there was so much shit going on regarding the O.J. Simpson case that no jury was going to be impartial for that one.
So the problem was it was multiple fold. So first of all, the guy that they had for the actual that they brought on for the actual like the investigation the investigator that they had, I can't remember his name. Dude was like literally a hardcore Nazi. He was he was a super hardcore Nazi, and I think he had histories of planting evidence on people who were minorities. Which what's his name? Johnny Cochran, which was the main lawyer for what's his face?
OJ?
OJ's team. He went out of his way once he realized this to like push this information and this evidence in court to point out that like yeah, their defendant has an implicit bias against people. He's not impartial in the slightest. Like that could absolutely obstruct the basis of his investigation. And also, it resulted in the judge also having to recuse himself because the guy on the record was making comments about the judge's wife and the judge himself based on the fact that like the judge was Asian. Like he was specifically attacking his race and also like his wife and his wife's weight. Like this guy was supposed to be doing the investigation for the department that was working with the prosecution. He was their witness. And then when he got under the chair, he's just like, I reserve the right to invoke my Fifth Amendment rights. Just pleads the fifth on like everything. And I'm like, God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Bruh.
Like when people found out he was a Nazi, they were pissed. They were pissed.
Do you know that canonically Marvel comic books are admissible in court in the Marvel Universe?
I'm
Silly.
sorry, what?
Marvel comics are
Did you say?
admissible in court in the Marvel Universe.
Yeah, what is this kangaroo court system I'm hearing? Back to the Marvel example. I was just using the OG thing as a way to illustrate that like you can't just murder a bunch of people and then have a good lawyer and get yourself up. Like you have to be in a lot of convenient sets of circumstances to get out of that situation.
You know,
There's only so much a lawyer can do for you.
I did not know about that fucking police thing regarding O.J. Simpson's case. I might sit down and watch a YouTube video essay about it later.
So you should watch the actual series that they did in 2016. Like the People versus O.J. Simpson. Like that explains the whole details. You learn everything that's happened to the prosecution, especially with what was happening to the prosecutors at the time. Like you found out that the prosecutor, what's her name, the chick that was working for the state office, her ex-husband posted previous photos of her in the nude, like to the public during the time of this case. And her boss during the scene is just like, I don't know who this is, but like, you just tell me, we'll hit him with a libel suit like immediately. And it's like, oh no, they're not like fake photos or anything, or just like illegally made photos. Like, what are you talking about? It's my ex-husband. And he's like, God damn it. Like, cause there's not really anything they could do about it because those were photos that she would have given him because they
Aren't
were
you?
married.
Can't
Obviously.
you still fucking like sue for libel there?
I think there was. I think it might have had to do with some of the libel laws and things at the time. There's stuff in the scene that explains it, but like, essentially, it was a really really bad situation. That was
Yeah, because I
not
was gonna
normal.
say like, because I know you can't legally share private like photos like that anymore.
Mm.
At least not
Oh,
without taking.
nowadays that would not work. That would not work at all because divorce laws have a lot more precedent in the system after like 30, 40 something years. Because this was the 1990s. Like, well, there was a lot of precedents happening in like the 60s and 70s. Like, there is also a lot of like major cases that started popping up in the 90s that are determining like people's rights in regards to not just like divorce, but also like women court. But I don't know if you know this, but like women didn't even have the right to have like a credit card until like the 80s,
Yes, I was aware of that.
and like a bank account, I think, until like the 70s. So like I don't know how much leeway room she would have. It's a bit of a guess on my part, you know, but I don't know how much leeway room she would have had in a lawsuit against like her ex-husband having access to photos that she would have given him consentingly during their marriage.
Well, it's not having access to. It's that I don't think you're allowed to share private photos like that. So
Oh,
there must be a
you
case.
should be able to.
Well, there must
There
be.
must have been something that,
Yeah, there must have been a
okay.
case later on or something that would have rectified the situation. Because I'm pretty sure you cannot do that nowadays. Marvel comics
Because
are published.
usually,
Now go on.
Go ahead.
No, you can finish your thought, then we'll go into this.
Usually there needs to be some kind of precedent in the system to argue like specific arguments outside of like unless something is just like atrociously barbaric to the point where it just violates like basic common sense. Like most things need a specific amount of precedent, either in the system already or in some form of English common law.
You know, I'm actually it's actually kind of funny you mentioned that because that's part of the reason why porn is so common everywhere because they cannot properly define porn.
In English common law,
In English, the reason that like porn is as open free as it is, and why a lot of people haven't been able to stop it, even shops or anything, is because English common law has not been able to create a definitive law on what porn is. Because it is
that would
such a
most likely
broad, like, there's no definition you could give it that fits everything that porn could be. At least for now. I'm sure someone will figure it out eventually.
so as far as most common law at the time when it was being like first proposed, so mainly like Middle Ages, um, probably
You
late
open the door.
late like 12th century, early 13th century, like 1200s, and then into the 1400s, 1300s and 1400s. They didn't have anything outside of like I guess whorehouses and a couple other like institutions for like prostitution. They so like their specific like prostitution and a lot of that stuff was legalized at the time. It was a
Yes.
thing. You just had to do it in certain establishments. So even like English common law was never really going to put like major restrictions on something that had like a legal basis, especially if it was taxable, because they're not going to want to restrict anything that can fuel money into their system. That and most of what you're referring to is absolutely correct. We didn't have like visual media like we do now. There's a lot of stuff
Well,
that makes like porn way too broad to
well, so,
define.
well, yeah, because okay, so first let me recognize the comic, then we'll continue this discussion. Marvel comics are published in Marvel 616, and they are admissible as evidence in the court in 616. She-Hulk uses the Infinity Gauntlet comics as evidence in the case about Resurrection. That sounds fucking stupid.
That would not fly in any court ever, anywhere.
Well, Mangler,
In
now
not
you
not
know the
just
court that lets the villains escape every week.
dude. If I actually get like any sort of canonical evidence that a person who like mugs up like a liquor store or shoots up a bank or something like that, like they're actually using comic books to get off with their lawyers, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like if that actually happens in the comic, I'm gonna be so like infuriated.
But yeah, so going
I'm
back to
over
it,
here trying to reconcile Phoenix fucking right, and you're telling me these losers just like, yeah, this is a comic book. It's admissible.
yeah, because they tried banning pornography and stuff of that nature, obviously back in like I think it wasn't prohibition, although prohibition did have a war on sex. I think it was just called the war on sex actually. I think it was like in the 70s or 80s.
Probably 80s.
Yeah,
80s was when a lot of major like things involving like internet laws, a lot of like consumer banking finance laws, a lot of things that were like a lot more obscure. And I think it was like 86 that we had like a major pornography case where this guy was trying to ban pornography because he argued like it was immoral or something like that. And the defendant was like, well, you can't really define it. Like, what are
yeah,
you talking about? Of course we can. And it's like, no, you can't actually.
because you can't define it. So I think the way sort of legal law takes it is we cannot define it in words what pornography is, but we can tell by seeing it what pornography is, which would work, except people are freaks, so it doesn't work.
So it doesn't work because like they probably could have worded it a little better that like pornography is essentially like an engine of an art style that's being used to present people's like you know what's it called, personal desires,
The
and because of this pornography is like a very personalized like thing. It's not going to be the same thing from person to person to person, even if you had like the same taste.
Yes.
There would be
So
like different genres and things, so you can't define it properly.
because of that, that's also why it can't be banned. Because what is like pornography for one person isn't for another. Like one person obviously fucking goes to like fucking like X videos or whatever, but another person might just sit down and watch a TV show and see a very attractive woman in a tight dress, and that counts as pornography for them.
Yeah, like someone might just watch like a normal sex scene, and like for them that's like pornography, and then someone else might be like I don't know, getting turning someone into a slave or something. there, there's a very big difference between those two things, or like I don't know, humping like a pregnant woman or something. Like it's very there's a lot of different things that you can find that do not fall into the same category. And because of
Bro.
that broadness, it can't be made illegal.
Yes. Sí. Dice
Purple
así vamos a
Man
subir
should
las
not exist.
aguacatas porque esto era mucho. ¿Tenemos cosas para todos o no?
Who or what is the Purple Man?
Güey.
Who's the other guy?
¿Dónde está ahí o no? Are you winning, son? He is winning, Kyle. We're just having a discussion about the legality of pornography. In 616, they are aware that the comics published by Marvel are full of Walling and are seen as historical documents. Okay, well that at
That's
least makes
stupid.
sense to why they're admissible in court. But like, how do you have that discussion of like, hey, this is fourth Walling? Now we have a
Like
lawsuit
we're
clause.
in the comic book, so like at what point are we gonna?
Wait, do you get to the point where you can just open up the comic that you're in and during the court case and just explain what's going to happen anyways? Does the court case have to follow that comic now?
Can you just be like, Your Honor, I don't actually have to follow any of the rules or conditions of this courtroom unless this page does as it's being written.
Yes, that has happened. That's so stupid. Fucking Daredevil doing
That,
his best
that,
to have a real job, and then She-Hulk's just like, hey, bro, here's the comic that says I win.
I'm trying to defend somebody. Like, yeah, but my way is like way more fun.
Dude, that's literally just a meme where it's all like, nice argument, but I drew myself as a Chad and you a Sojak, so I win. It's literally the same thing.
Mm.
Assassin's Creed drops for Magic next month. I'm so pissed. I thought it was dropping in August. Haven't been able to get back to sleep since 2 a.m. Yeah, sorry, but hear that, Kyle. I also had trouble sleeping. So I'll probably be staying in today since I have everything I need for today. Tomorrow I'll have to go grab supplies.
See, pulled back right when I'm launching in.
For
Like I got have some rings now.
you do? I should clear episode Ignis and Final Fantasy yesterday, so we'll just be continuing the main story until we get to episode Prompto. We'll do episode Prompto side boss in real time on the same stream because our RNA is a lot easier to fight than the other. And we'll do Noctis for like a sort of farewell stream. ¿Qué? ¿Qué? Mírame. No estamos usados porque la puerta fucking se fregó. ¿Cuánto están cobrando? $25 cada mes? Pues ¿cuánto están cobrando?
No.
Alright. Oh, yeah, I still have to make
Boys, and
this. I still have to make a decision if I'm going to buy YouTube Premium or not.
why?
I'm getting kind of tired of the ads popping up, and the ads are just getting worse.
Just wait. Be patient.
Just wait. Be patient. Did you guys know that the Living Tribunal actually has a multiversal Supreme Court that you can petition to have your case overseen by its appointed judges?
Yes. Well, I didn't know if he had an actual court, but I've seen people try to argue their case against him. So I assume there was like some kind of like legal system because
If
he
it's
is a
big enough, you won't
judge.
sue
That
directly.
that's his actual job.
He's probably really bad at it.
Well, he's probably as good at it as he is defending the multiverse from the magical imbalance, which is to say, not at all.
No, I was gonna say, which is to say, he's fucking terrible at it. He was literally created to have one job, and he fails every single fucking time.
The only time he was ever relevant was when he was actually like, you know, doing things back in classic comics. And then I think the more recent ones, the last time he's actually been useful was specifically when Iron Man was becoming, it was like the cosmic Iron Man stories, when Iron Man basically became Galactus and got the power cosmic. And that's just, like, he got involved specifically because, what's it called? The guy, it's like a villain of Iron Man. I can't remember what his name is. It was one of the best stories. Um, but like he essentially gets the power cosmic just like what's his face, Iron Man does, and
Yeah.
they're battling it out, and then all the cosmic entities show up, and they're like, "Hey, you need to chill the fuck out." And then Iron Man's like, "Yeah, I'm chill. This guy's literally been trying to attack me and destroy everything." And then every single one of them is giving off like different answers.
Yeah.
I think the chaos and order are like, well, we need to destroy them. Though. We need to keep peace. That's like they need to die. And I'm like, yeah, you guys are a productive fucking bunch.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Don't make me call Deadpool over here.
I
I
pay for
pay for
YouTube.
YouTube.
Sicko.
You pay for YouTube Premium, Rock and Alice, and how does it treat you?
My God.
YouTube Premium is only $15 a month. It's not that expensive, and I don't have like Crunchyroll or anything. Although I do actually, that reminds me, I do have to sign up for Viz Media, for their fucking monthly membership thing. It's like $2.99 a month, but it gives you access to all the comics and all their mangas and stuff. Cause I gotta read Naruto. Gotta get on that. Actually, while I'm here, so if I'm not gonna be going out today, which I probably won't, I should probably start taking some more pictures of the other guidebooks I haven't translated, Fist of the North Star, and upload those so I can translate those later.
Those fucking guidebooks you have.
Well,
How many of those fucking guidebooks do you have?
uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I think.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm still missing two more I gotta buy.
That'd make me blush. I don't think any series I have is 13 guidebooks.
To be perfectly
I have
honest with
Halo.
you, to be as perfectly honest with you as possible, I didn't need half of these. Like, yes, they have information in there, but like, this series is not the best when it comes to its own continuity within its guidebooks and lore. Like, there are some conflictions. There are like, it's weird. What I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to date each guidebook I do, and I'm gonna have to just be like, this is what this guidebook says, but the more recent guidebooks either don't stick. So I'm gonna take it like this: omniscience, or not the omniscience. Omissions, I'm not going to count as invalid, but if new information directly comes out that contradicts old information, I'm going to take new information over the old one.
Oh, what you could do is that you could just say, here's what my position asserts, and here's all the guidebooks that follow it, and here's the total amount that I have. And then here are the ones, if they at all contradict my position. If not, there are just other ones that don't add any information but don't support it either. They're basically neutral because they're arguing they're
I'm probably
asserting
gonna
their own
have to,
position.
I'll probably have to do it like that, where I'll just be like, yeah, so here's all the ones that support my position, here's all the ones that disagree, which is like usually zero, and then here are the ones
And
that just
then
don't say anything, which is like the other five.
so you just make it and run it home that you got to make it clear that these are the ones that don't support my position, but they don't contradict it either. Like what it means when that happens is that just means specifically that the statement is neutral. It's not making any positive or negative claims about me. It's just saying its own thing, unrelated to what I have to offer.
I'm
A
gonna have,
separate statement entirely.
once I'm done with the MGR video this month, along with the next high school DxD video, I'm gonna just sit down and I'm just gonna start scripting the fuck out of that section. I still pay for the AI voice thing, by the way. I should start practicing with that. That way, next time I make another AI video, the voice won't be so awkward. If I'm not gonna make any videos, I might as well practice on it. May make some skits for myself. Some loosey goosey, amusing goosey.
That is our stance, yes. Yes, it's the best stance to have. I don't know
I'm,
why people don't just assume things are based on positives, negatives, and neutrals when
I'm
taking
going
stances.
I'm going to make a video. I'm gonna have so much fucking evidence for that video. If anyone fucking sits there and tells me afterwards that I'm wrong, I'm gonna need like direct pictures of every guidebook they own. Immediately, I need to check your sources because if I have quadruple the amount of sources you do, I need you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you'll just be like, listen, if you don't have like at least this many sources claiming otherwise, fuck off, basically. It's why once you get into most in-depth series that have a lot of source material, a lot of reference material, there's a certain point where if you're accurately gaining information, there's a certain point where counter arguments just kind of become like non-existent on anything that's been like explained well enough because you're usually dealing with like 6 to 10 sources claiming something's correct or like 3 or 4
Oh,
sources back to back to back claiming something's correct.
that actually reminds me, Kyle. I do have the Fist of the Blue Sky other guidebook, the complete series. I gotta check and see what it says for the Solar Utenha to see what it actually says about the fucking Blue Sky's fist or whatever. No, yeah, but no, because like I want to make sure that video is fucking like got as much evidence as possible, so I can just be like, yeah, part two is not that much stronger than part one. Individual characters are, like a reasonable person would assume. Crazy.
Kyle, I went through. I'm still reading through Bastard, but apparently Anthrax's return, I think, happens at like chapter 70 or something, 75. I'm already on like 60. It didn't take me that long. Like the manga goes way faster than the anime. Holy crap!
I don't know if they'll accept the anime as valid or not. Now, a better point would be to just wait for Viz Media to finish translating the Island of Asura before I continue, but that's not gonna be for another 2 years.
Can't wait that long.
Yeah, it's like that would take way too long.
Great
Which sucks because the Kyle fight's not coming out till next year, I think. Because we're getting the Han and Sachi fights this year. I don't think the Kyle fight comes out till next year, which is going to be lame because that's like the one I kind of want to see the most.
Can't believe I'm not allowed to infuse my sorcerer stuff with more magic.
I finally got all the pictures from my original anime guidebook, so I'm going to translate those pages later and see what they say. Because if I don't think it's usable, I'm not sure what your opinion is on anime guidebooks, Mangler, but I don't think anime guidebooks are usable if we're talking about the manga context. But I'm gonna check and see anyways.
No, they would not. They would not be unless you're combining like both continuities to explain information. But that would only be in reference to the scenes and things that are shown in the anime. And if it's contradictory, specifically contradictory to the manga, you would be able to use supplementary guidebook material.
Yeah,
But
that's why I'm thinking like I probably won't translate the anime one like completely, just only some sections, because it does have an interview with the author in there. I want to see what the author says about it. Because if the author says he officially oversaw the original anime and even like added scenes for like God, I hope he says he added scenes because he was constrained on time. I'm in that shit.
Aha.
100% cooking. 100% cooking. If not, it's fine.
Ashen one.
I need to buy some sort of stand so I can take pictures of these guidebooks easier. It's getting kind of annoying to like hold them open and shit.
Ah, helmet.
I should probably look at the.
use these souls.
Ashen one.
Money. Time for cash money.
No problem, okay?
Sorry, what were you saying?
Money is not the solution to everyone's problems, Angler.
Well, it's the solution to my problems in this exact moment.
Good.
If the enemy does anything that's already there, they can eat shit. Enemy agrees to filter not what the characters say during the fight. According to Kyle, that's
Me and Kyle have a little bit of a different stance on how to take anime filler in terms of like the fights. Kyle's in the position that any fight animation that happens that is not like directly connected to a manga panel is invalid. But I'm like, we don't see the whole fight on the panels, so I don't have an issue if the fight gets extended.
so filler is fine if it's adding like just to the thing to the fight in question, but if it adds like brand new characters and things that never showed up at them, unless you've got like statements from like the development staff, I'm like, yeah, that's different. Like if you just segue into a brand new arc, the middle
Well,
of a
well,
battle.
yeah, like if let's say you're playing, let's say you're like in Bleach and you just go straight to the bout arc after like a random fucking arc, or like
Or the best part, we're in the middle of fighting Noitora, and now we're back in the Soul Society, and we're dealing with the Royals of the Kazumiochi planet. Literally in the middle of nowhere, surprise filler arc.
isn't that actually like a joke they make in the anime where like at some point they're in Fuego Mundo and then they're like, "Hey, Ichigo, we're leaving for a while, so you have fun wherever you're going."
So, so I think it's the Zanpakuto arc. Ukiura is just like, yeah, well, so it's time for a filler arc, and Ohime's like, oh, really? Yeah, well, ready for this, and it's just like, well, and Ichigo's like, wait, what about my big moment? Like, I'm the main character. I have this many amount of voice lines. It's like, well, here are your voice lines. Like, wait, but I barely have anything here. It's like, yeah, but we just like animation, like Ukiura is just like animation takes a long time. So just please wait. And he just sips a cup of tea.
I think the first time I actually saw Bleach's anime, I was watching an episode from the Zanpakuto arc.
You're like, this is not what I remember from Bleach.
Well, no, because it was on Adult Swim at night, and like I didn't watch Bleach when I was younger. I didn't watch a lot of anime when I was younger. I was of the opinion that anime was kind of like I didn't think anime. I think I was still at the point where like anime was kind of trash. I like mangas, like I was fine with mangas, but I was still kind of like no, anime's trash. Yeah, in case you're wondering how you end up with that kind of opinion, where you like manga but you don't like anime.
Well spoken.
Uh,
Very well, then
I
taken.
read a manga version of a young adult novel, and I really liked reading it, and that's kind of where like I sort of segued into mangas.
This is just superior in every way. Ha ha ha.
Well, I mean, basically, but I also kind of like the fact that mangas are just kind of like one and done stories, so to speak, where like you don't have to go through like fucking thousands of iterations of the characters just to fucking get to the conclusion. 2003 Hulk is the strongest Hulk over time because he's accurate to the comic due to the way his potential associated with his anger. But MCU Hulk with Thanos start out bigger base, so they would win over time. 2003 Angry Lee Hulk would win.
Well, everything here is just a dex weapon.
All right, I'm gonna go brush my teeth. I'll be right back.
Dark damage, fire damage, fire.
Ashen 1.
Was very then take. Farewell, Ashen One.
I have some decent amount of souls. Finally.
Good. What do you really know about? Let's take Aldrich, who are right and properly ate so many that he bloated like a drowned pig, then softened into sludge, and they made him such as a lord, I suppose.
I'm just gonna say that's not how that works. You don't eat a bunch of people and then become bloated like a pig. That is not how your metabolism works. Aldrich is an anomaly.
Well, remember me? You're making quite an avid. If you yearn for a Ben Kill the Dark, he has been a prisoner for many ages, and I can. If you then kill the Dark Wraith, survivor of the land swallowed by dark, he has been a prisoner. I can see.
Yeah, whatever. I'll go kill him because I need some souls. Also killed a few Dark Wraiths at this point, so. Well, Mangler, scale my OC character if that's the case. No. Never.
You just yawn.
Oh, wait. No. That was another sound.
I know you did just yawn in the fucking morning, Mangler.
No.
All right.
I killed a mimic over here? I didn't. Time to get him his just desserts. I feel like the flash sword is nice. A deep battle axe. Nice. No health left. inspired to my aunt. It's a huge bird which confuses everything as food, including time, space, and dimensions. His stomach is also infinite and never gets satisfied, so the concept of kissing the bird will confuse it as penguin and chocolate. What the hell? What on earth are you talking about? Can we at least get 1A? All it takes is for something to confuse it as food, including concepts and air itself. I mean, I guess I don't really scale fan-made characters.
What I miss?
Getting back surgery, getting souls and other things.
Your back surgery? You got back surgery finally?
No, backtracking.
Oh.
Oh, I was saying back surgery.
Just need a back surgery? That was me.
Okay, I got the souls I needed. Then I'll just kill the Dark Wraith. And then hopefully I'll have enough to level up one more time. Only 400, that's nothing. That's pathetic. Worthless. Killed him.
I'm having breakfast right now, perfectly.
Yes. I'm about to have this guy for lunch. Oh, that didn't take too much time at all. Cathedral of the Deep. Level up like once, maybe twice, depending on how many souls I get. And then I can go kill the Abyss Watchers or the Deacons, either one.
Brilliant. Now, and if you come on.
Sorry, what is he saying? What is Zim whining about?
The Abyss Watchers? You don't mean the fucking. You don't mean those fucking cosplayers, do you?
The cosplayers, yes.
You never beat them?
Like they're easy. I was doing good damage against them. I just couldn't take damage, but now I have like 100 more points of health and I'd say 30 more points of defense. So
I thought you
it's gonna
beat
be
them.
harder for them to kill me. You haven't beaten them?
No, I thought you beat them.
I didn't beat them on this file. I beat the Crystal Sage. Sometimes it's better to go to the Cathedral of the Deep and like, you know, kill the Crystal Sage and whatnot than it is to, well, I guess go through here and everything, farm a little, and then go fight them. Well, like strength dex builds don't really have this weakness because they just inflict direct damage. Where is it? Hmm. Oh, the Deep Ring. Those guys are gonna come flying down from portions of the ceiling. Alright, we're making good progress. Arbalest. Okay, wow, that was stupid. What are you saying? Speaking away from the mic again. Are you talking shit again? I need to teach you a lesson. Dude, every time.
Oh, all right, I'm back. Closer to the mic now. I need to remember to buy a new mic one of these days, or a mic for the laptop.
I can't believe that kind of level design is allowed.
I still can't get over that Percy legitimately has least amounts of level strength and base, and if you take the sky, then Percy has more than small moons level strength. Is the moon is the sky that small in Percy Jackson? I'm almost positive that's true.
Where do I need to go?
Yeah, alright, well that sucks. Not the one I wanted, but that's fine. Depends on what the heavens are.
Whatever I assume to be the heavens. I mean, hey, if God, if it's good enough for God of War to believe that the heavens are apparently an infinite universe, then it's good enough for Percy Jackson. Am I right?
Are these rainbow foil?
Depends on what you think the heavens are. What do you think, Mangler? Well, I haven't read through the Percy Jackson series in quite a while. Uh, quite a while being like 10 years. So, well, maybe not 10 years specifically, but like probably 7 or 8. And I wasn't reading through it with the mentality or information gathering and knowledge of fiction that I have now. So I would have to reread the entire series and then probably read whatever guides there. Fortunately, I have probably about, well, I have the entire next section of books. I have The Son of Neptune, The Mark of Athena, The House of Hades, and I think the last one. Like I have the entire second sequel series, and then I have the Battle of the Labyrinth, The Last Olympia, and The Lightning Thief. For some reason, I'm missing the Titan's Curse and the Sea of Monsters. So I have like 7 out of the first 10 books, which is really all you need. Actually, you only really need the first 5, but like the sequel series adds a lot of other feats and things that you can use, especially for Percy.
Hmm. I need somewhere to put these for now.
All right, there's my destination.
Would you read the graphic novel since they add images to the first series? Totally off topic, but is Annabeth white or black in the comics?
Probably white, because she's white in the actual series.
Well, I'm a little curious to know because Harry Potter goes out of its way to change things, so I'm wondering if Rick Riordan did too.
Oh, broke my legs.
Um, she is described as being a stereotypical California girl. She is blonde with her mother's gray eyes.
Yes.
Yes. I mean that's I mean like that's what I assume. I'm just saying like no, I know how she's described as. I'm just saying that's how she looks.
Sec.
Let's see. What happened, Mangler? Florida show annoyed me because no reason to change her. It did the plot. What I'm asking. Oh yeah, Dragon Age, new Dragon Age deals or new Dragon Age gameplay got revealed. Right. Morning. Oh, Mangler's streaming Dark Souls, but I'm checking out the gameplay reveal for Dragon Age Veil Jumper or something. Oh, the Veil Guard. Yeah, because they changed it from Dreadwolf to the Veil Guard. How you doing? That's good. Mangler, I'm not opening your fucking mail. That's not me. So you want to ask her? Go ahead. I don't know. You might be taller than Zim. Suspicious. Mm, very suspicious. Hmm? Nah, I only got like 2 hours of sleep yesterday. I don't know. Just couldn't sleep last night. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a good call. That's fine. I know we all didn't want to try to get the. Yeah, it's a brother. Yeah. You have to get a. You have to get an Xbox Series S. What? Oh yeah. I had to see Miku Secret Lair showed up. Kind of trash, not gonna lie. Oh, the Secret Lair? Yeah. Oh, the artwork's kind of mid. Oh, what am I there? Oh, yeah. That looks like a fake game. Yeah. So some of the artwork's kind of mid on this one, honestly. But if I want to sell it later on. Yeah, some of the artwork is better. The second one's looking a lot nicer than this one, though. Yeah. What? Hmm? Hmm? I'm not sure I understand, brother. What happened to Mangler? Did he go get food? Good question. I don't know. He just abandoned us. We should all shame him when he gets back. We should just ask him why he does such things to us. He didn't tell me anything. Does it? Hmm. But he's like, this game would be so much better if Darth Vader was here and Solo and doing the. I really don't think it would have been better. Oh, okay. Mangler's dog had an emergency. Yeah, I just don't think it would have been funner with the main characters. I feel like it's cool seeing these makeshift, or because like the game's like arena brawler, right? Yeah. It's cool seeing random Jawas steal an astronaut droid and riding around. It's fun seeing a dude, one of those Ugnaught guys in a droid suit. It's cool seeing that. It's cool seeing a fallen fucking Imperial like Empire rule. Like it's cool. Like that's what I think gives a charm of the game. I don't think it would have been better if you have Darth Vader randomly, against Count Dooku. Like, that's what that's for. I can understand where I was coming from, though, because I'm sure plenty of people would rather prefer that being the scenario, but it's just like, that's not what they were going for, So it's not what they wanted to make. Apparently, the reason why it's not those characters is because George Lucas gets a cut every time they use those characters. If that's honestly true, that's the reason they didn't do those characters. That's such a fucked reason. Read a manga where MC knows technique allows him to move his pressure points around as he wishes. Still can't beat Fist of the North Star, bro. Give me some real tech. Some of that real shit. Yeah, so I know. So since I won't be going out today, I'll probably just be fixing up my decks later. Yeah, I have enough food to last for today. Yeah, I bought some in preparation. So how are you guys doing? That's good.
Can you hear me?
Welcome back.
My dog threw up.
Yes.
My mom was freaking out, and I was like, "Oh well, hopefully it's not that bad." And then I get over there, and I'm like, "Whoa, that's like a small puddle." I thought he peed for a minute, and I was like, "He's never thrown up that much before. What the heck?" And he's just walking around like, "Oh, yeah. Hey guys,"
Is he
like all
okay?
quiet and everything. Yeah, I just don't know what caused him to throw up. Now I'm gonna have to. Also, the problem is that due to digestive systems and whatnot, unless he pukes up something solid, I mean, I don't have a lab, so I can't determine like what it exactly was that he ate outside that made him do that.
Yeah.
The reason it took a while is because that's where he is. He stepped in it a little bit. Well, mom gave me a watch while she was cleaning up the area. I basically had to apply it a few times to his tail and his back feet, cleaning part off.
Yeah.
He was relatively chill about the situation, all things considered. Because he usually moves around a lot.
I see.
But yes, how long am I going to be streaming for? According to Melissa Lewis.
Well, if you're asking me that
I was
question, uh,
yes, I was asking that question, but he was also so.
well, no, what I was gonna say is that if you're asking me that question, I'm probably not gonna go out today, so you can stream for longer than usual because I won't have any reason to cut you off halfway through.
Oh, nice. Well, it's a good thing we've actually made some progress today, because we got past the hurdle of bad XP. As
Yeah,
long as I don't die, I'll be fine.
yeah, because part of the reason why we would stop at certain points is because I was gonna have to go play Magic, but I'm
Yeah.
not really comfortable driving when I'm so tired, especially because it's gonna be late until the day.
No, brain power is important for safe driving.
I don't know how to play Lorcana. I don't really feel like going out either because I'm tired. What? Aren't you gonna
What
practice
the
with your
hell?
friends? Aren't you just playing precons?
Oh yeah, the Tekken patch dropped today. I need to update my game.
Bro, you need to start playing a real death. Brother. Well, we'll see what
Is it
happens
the
then if
battle
you don't want
log?
to go out.
Have we found a wild battle log in the stream?
What? What do you mean? What the
What?
fuck are you doing there, Kyle? Oh, fuck, you sound terrible. You okay there?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't
sounds like it.
sound very good.
Yeah, we said the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like he's seen better days or felt better days.
What happened? Just you woke up super early, or is it more than that?
Oh,
Oh, you have a cold? Shit, that sucks.
Mm.
Kind of sounds like his parents just died.
no, it's not like my forehead just been raked by a chainsaw.
Yeah, like damn. I think he's transforming stayed from him. The beast is ugly.
Well, whenever something starts transforming in games like these, you usually don't want to be near them. So I'd say that's pretty sound advice. Especially since in most Dark Souls games, whenever something transforms, it's always going to get bigger for some reason. I don't know why. Like, they never have, like, a variance of the ways in which they transform. They're always like, well, it's go big or go home.
Sounds about right.
Now I got to get down there, though. I have to take that walkway up to that area. Um, oh,
Yeah, no. Hopefully, Kyle, you have a better night than I did.
oh, well, oh, okay. He can throw puddles at me.
DMC2 also took the direction with MDT. I hear arguments that Sin DT is taller, but those are misconceptions, in my opinion. Sin DT is more than likely taller than Majin Form DT. Just if we actually, they might be about the same height. Actually, I don't think we can actually get like figure it out.
So the problem
Get
is
the,
that Modern Form DT was presented in like a really early game like engine and DMC2. So it's very large. Like I don't think people understand like how big Modern Form actually is. It's like 6 or 7 times larger than like the Devil Trigger. Like you were literally the size of like Beowulf for comparison. Like Majin Form is big, and that was in like the engine that they had. Whereas like Visions of V reveals that Sin Devil Trigger is the size of like, or at least it can get to the size of what's it called?
is it as tall as yours?
Yeah, it's as tall as like Fruit Urizen, and Fruit Urizen, he's a little bit taller than Beowulf. I'm pretty sure.
Sin DT is not as tall as Fruit Urizen. You guys are fucking crazy.
No, have you seen the panels in Visions of V?
No, I'm going to tell you right now, fuck the panels. We have literal in-game representation. Fuck the
No.
panel.
So
How can I hear this
I
from the fucking
completely
guy who played the game and
and
saw what I saw?
So I completely agree that Sin Devil Trigger is not normally that size. I'm just saying that during the boss fight, it's drawn that way, even though in other panels in the same manga it isn't. I'm pretty sure the reason for that is just that Sin Devil Trigger can just enlarge itself. Because it's just trying to showcase that it can become as big as Urizen.
Bruh.
Wow, Kyle is dying.
Are you okay?
Yes, I get a day off work.
I see.
How does his leg take less damage than his head? His head is armored.
Maybe I'll die.
Oh, that should be easy. Even if those sludges hit me, they're not going to do that much damage. Oh yeah, magic also costing stamina was a really interesting decision. I'm not gonna say it was a completely bad decision because, well, actually, no, magic costing stamina technically was always the thing. I think just the costing stamina and the blue, like magic ring, or the blue, what's it called, resource ring. I think that's a little excessive. I have to pay 2 resource meters to use a spell.
Damn.
Oh, they're dirt on me.
Oh. Let's see. No, I think I'm still missing 2 Fist of the North Star guidebooks. Let me check. eBay, assist me.
What are you talking about in the panel where they go flying head to head? Dante is flying in that pick? Yes, and he's flying in that pick, and he's literally the size of Urizen. I've had to debate this with so many people, even though they literally on panel, you see that he is the same size.
Gotta listen to them,
I can
guys.
always just say that the size manipulation.
We could.
Guys, like, I don't know how many times I have to explain this, but, like, a devil trigger is just demonic energy being wrapped around their body. They can fucking enlarge it. It's just pure energy, that's all it is. I can understand why that would be a little bit different for Urizen, because that's Urizen's actual form, and he's not really like a proper demon, but there's no such argument for Dante.
One of the questions I would have to determine is, do I buy a re-release of a guidebook I already own? Because it might have new information.
I bought a re-release of the definitive guide for Halo, like the 2009 one. Got the 2011 one. It was not really like worth it because I had already bought the 2011 one first, and I needed to verify some stuff in the 2009 one. Like, not only did I get less information, it didn't really help me.
Well, it's
I
kind
mean,
of
I
that's
guess
what,
there would have been new information if I bought the new one, but like, yeah.
well, it's kind of why that's kind of like I'm like kind of mulling it over because I have the 2014 version of it, but it got re-released in 2019.
Decisions.
Yep.
Do you think the information is valuable enough? Perhaps. I mean, if I were to look at like the only guidebook that I could think right now that I would have a new edition to buy if it came out officially would be like the special edition, the 4 special edition 5 base edition of the 3142 graphic arts. Because there are 2 versions of the 3142 graphic arts for Devil May Cry. There's the standard version, and then there was one that was released in Japan that includes all the content from 4's special edition and base 5. Like, they actually made one after the fact that added on with extra interviews and extra information. And we never got it translated to English, which was kind of stupid.
It's called a revised version.
Considering how helpful the 3142 graphic arts is to explaining like so much stuff in the series, I can't imagine what they would have put in 4s and 5s, especially for like director decisions, because that's where a lot of like I think most of the author statements come from there.
Yes.
Pop that baby. There we go. I think the question was stupid in the first place because I thought Dante could manipulate his size. Diva size manipulates the same, but by base without manipulation, I think MDT is taller. So if you don't mess with the size, Majin is bigger, without a doubt, 100%. Like the way it's presented, it's clearly the size of like I mean, it's difficult to give you an actual like foot estimate, but if you were to look at it, like normal, like Dante is normally like 6 foot, and the Devil Trigger sometimes makes him like a few inches taller. Majin form is like more than like 4 times that size, easily. Like you are literally the size of some bosses in the game. Like you're bigger than Bulwark. I think you're the same size as the Flaming Minotaur. You just might not be as wide as he is, but you're pretty much as tall as he is. Whereas like Sin Devil Trigger in the main games is bigger than regular Devil Trigger, probably like by a few feet, but it's not that much wider. So you would just argue that like since it's presented differently, and Sin Devil Trigger is a form based on demonic energy, that he's just manipulating his size to make it bigger.
Ah, how?
Suspicious.
You're suspicious.
Impossible.
Should one bring me more souls? Murder people, and I can make you stronger.
I saw a picture some times ago on Reddit, and Boss Virgil was chest size as NDT player Virgil, so Dante Virgil about 6 feet, as NDT is 9-10 feet. Probably.
Someone said that the difference between like Boss Virgil and regular CNDT Virgil is that CNDT Virgil for some reason is a little bit smaller, or like Boss Virgil CNDT is a little bit smaller for some reason. Pestilent Mist. Yes.
Yeah, because there's one more RAL guidebook I need to get for sure.
Come again.
The problem is I'm buying back and forth from two Japanese sellers, and they both have it. So now I gotta decide which one's giving me a better quality.
I'm just so glad Halo gave me good budget value for like the guidebooks I was getting, and some of them, at least the early ones, and some of the later visual ones, were all very helpful. Some of them weren't, but most of them were.
Damn, bro, just say what you want to say. Say it.
It's just, after having to spend an exorbitant amount of money on one particular guidebook, I feel like being able to buy, cheap, under the market price values for standard guidebooks of a specific series, then constantly being able to save hundreds of dollars is something that I deserve, since I had to pay an exorbitant amount of money because of one particular asshole.
True.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3's remake did confirm they're gonna have two different sets of controls, modern controls and classic controls.
Fuck classic controls.
Apparently a lot of people really wanted classic controls.
Because they gay.
I don't know.
Action 1.
Most of the time, like the worst option.
Well, the new controls also do change the camera around.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a good thing because it's more modern. They brought David Hayter back.
Wait, do they have to redo voice lines for this game? Or do they just
Uh,
do the...
according to what he said specifically, it sounds like there are some new voice lines in the game. But no, most of it's original because they wanted to keep it as intact to the original as possible.
In the game, Dante is penis-sized to the goatlings, and he grows taller than them in MBT, and Devil had a statement from Matt saying MBT is around 27 feet, so I guess that's the size.
Could you imagine if one of the lines in the remake is just
Not MDT, I mean yours.
couldn't afford beef?
I'm sorry, what?
Imagine if one of the new lines in the remake is you couldn't afford Keith.
Bruh. That would be great.
I mean, yours and being like almost 30 feet tall kind of checks out, especially when you consider all the panel shots of him being compared to like Nero in Mission 12, and Sin Devil Trigger Dante. Like he's a tall boy. Konami is pulling a Capcom with SF6. I
What do you
don't
mean?
understand that. Like, what are they doing exactly? And is that good or bad?
Yes.
Tells me nothing. Time to go kill the deacons. In FS6, there's also collector and monitor controls. The ability to jump from MDT Dante's head to the ground and die. Well, you would die from a 30 feet fall. But you probably hurt yourself if you're not careful.
Just took a hot bath. That's good. Wait. Hold on a minute. What is this?
Hold
No.
on.
No.
Waiting a minute. Putting a little roll in it.
When did you come into existence? It's another guidebook.
Did nobody get that reference? Okay, yeah. Fuck all you.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. We're dealing with the porn issues here.
It killed the giants already. This isn't Dark Souls 2. I'm killing other people. This is a different kind of genocide. Oh, you mean the giants in the row? Yes.
A better kind, a more ethical kind.
More ethical kind of genocide.
That's funny. That's funny. So the seller also added a new Fist of the North Star thing where it's learning English with Fist of the North Star. That's actually kind of interesting. Massacres an entire species. Mangler be like, anyway.
I started blasting. We're the last of our species. Yes, but I have to get this shiny little item.
Okay, so I'm just not gonna buy the revised version because every panel that they put online to show looks exactly the same like the panels I have for the last version. I don't think I have this one though.
Did Mangler end up seeing the rest of the shit show of the trailers you made us sit through?
Oh, I think English saw the rest of it now. There was nothing wrong with it,
Sounds
Kyle.
fucking
I don't
great.
understand.
He sounds happy.
The trailers weren't that fucking bad.
Which ones? The PlayStation showcase or the Xbox ones?
All of them. They all suck.
PlayStation. Yeah, Kyle did
I
not
heard
like
they
it.
all suck.
You watched.
Kyle was being a bit of a sourpuss that day.
No, I was being fucking accurate, and I'm convinced you were fucking sponsored. For how much you were sucking off every game, it's just like, oh my god, the aesthetics is so wonderful. It's literally a fucking pixelated person moving across the
Literally
screen.
games with good gameplay that weren't just aesthetic, Kyle. No, it's trash, Zim. I don't like it.
No, because they were all just fucking aesthetic. They weren't good games.
Dude, you're fucking tripping balls. You're just being a kraut.
No, I'm fucking right.
No, you're not.
I guarantee you play all those games. And none of them were aesthetic.
Xbox cooked this year? Not if you're fucking Kyle.
No, they fucking didn't. No company did. Not Nintendo, not PlayStation, not Xbox, not Steam.
What fucking universe is revealing a perfect Dark game, not cooking? Like, do you have any idea how long people have been waiting for Perfect Dark? Or like State of Decay 3? Or like a Gears game that features something in the Locust world? And we got all of that in one stream.
Yeah,
But most people weren't expecting even one of those. We got like all three, and then a bunch of other shits.
The only things that looked genuinely good was the French game and Sparking Zero.
I didn't even watch the French game. Wasn't
How
even
dare
interested
you?
in that.
How dare you, Mangler? Okay, fuck. Fuck, the guide. Damn it, this new guidebook I've never seen before actually has official strength ratings for the characters. No! Damn it! Actually, let me make sure I don't have it. I have so many fucking guidebooks.
Is he healing? Oh my god. Stop
Nope.
healing! That fucking
Nope.
fucker.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Oh,
Nope.
I was cursed.
Nope. Actually, Mangler, I might be wrong. I might have more guidebooks than I thought.
We're basically gonna ignore the Dante and the tree boost. Still need to send DT to be risen. For the DMPC, POC, maybe confirm. What do you mean tree boost? Maybe just mean the blood from the tree. Like, Urizen had the same boost. He got it for a month longer. He already had a month of blood by the time Dante showed up to mess with him. Then Dante went unconscious for a month, and he's like, "Oh, I have the month boost," and Urizen's like, "Yeah, but I've been here for a month to begin with. I had 2 months. You only had 1."
Mangler, I was
Like,
wrong. I have 14 to 15 guidebooks.
you liar.
What do you mean?
You lied to me.
I did. My apologies. I know nothing can make this right, so I'll kill myself.
No. You should kill yourself now. I just cooked a tiny bit this year. There were some things that they showed off that were really cool, but I'm trying to remember like what it was that they did that got me interested.
Okay, actually, so this raises a question.
Actually, really just Sun Wukong for me? But Sun Wukong isn't
Okay,
even
fuck
like...
him. You mean the game that's every other fucking Souls-based game ever?
Sun Wukong, from what I can tell, is not a Souls-based game.
Yes, it is. We saw gameplay.
No, you were thinking of the Phantom Blade thing.
No.
No,
So,
we saw gameplay from
yeah,
Wukong.
so after you left, before the stream was over, I was there talking to Kyle, and I was like, Kyle, since you haven't seen gameplay for it, let's go look at some gameplay for it.
Hmm.
And it is a From Software game, much to Kyle's chagrin.
Hmm. I was gonna say that it
Yeah.
basically is not really
I
it's
can.
not a Sony
Do you want me to
exclusive.
sum up the game? You want me to sum up the parameters for you? If it wasn't Japan, then it was a horror game. If it wasn't a horror game, then it was a horror game in fucking Japan.
I mean, that's kind of what Sony goes on the table usually. So.
No, that was every fucking company.
I mean, I wouldn't argue. I wouldn't argue Perfect Dark's a horror game. It's a fucking FPS with objectives, and now it has like immersive
You
sim
mustn't
fucking
have heard
mechanics.
me. You mustn't have heard me. It was either a Soulsborne game, it was either a Japanese game where it's like set in Japan, or it's a fucking horror game set in fucking Japan.
Okay,
And guess what? Perfect Dark is none of those things.
Okay, so just for context, while I don't want to agree with Kyle, he is right.
Yeah, but I'm saying in particular, Perfect Dark is not one of those things. And like, if it was something that no one was really hyped for, I could understand your position. But it was something that so many fucking people were waiting for.
No. Make no mistake. Kyle was absolutely just fucking done with a lot of those fucking things because it wasn't what he wanted.
I can understand, like, there's, like, after seeing Phantom Blade, I was there during the first part, like, it just looks, like, it probably looks better than a Soul game, but it just looks like some unoriginal, uncreative bullshit.
You can ask him or the chat, how many Souls-based games did we see? Like 13, 14?
Yeah.
It was fucking annoying.
No, he's right. They were everywhere.
Like rats. Everywhere.
No, it's an oversaturation in the fucking market. It's the same thing with having game based in fucking Japan.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm surprised Scott's started mentioning about Japan yet.
Now it's fucking oversaturated.
Just be that guy that's like, Dark Souls isn't that great of a game. Like, it's fun in some ways, but like it has a lot of core mechanical problems at its main point, and like it's better for it to be interpreted as an RPG than it is to be interpreted as like an ARPG or any kind of like action adventure game. But like every person who makes a Souls-like just makes it like what they assume Dark Souls 3 to be. They dull down any sort of RPG mechanics and just make the entire system based off like a direct combat system that is that follows Dark Souls 3's way of combat.
So apparently
It's like, go ahead.
Apparently I just received an email that I made the dean's list last semester.
What does that mean? Oh. I'm getting blasted in the face. And not in a good way.
I've just received emails that I've graduated and then my CSUB account is going to be shut down soon.
What the hell?
Not real tough.
Yeah? Your degree has been... It's supposed to inform me that your degree has been awarded. At this time, you may request official transcripts with your degree posted. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for a mailing of your diploma. Well, there we go. That's all she wrote. That's the confirmation of my bachelor's.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That's such a fucking great meme. DMC6 coming out in 2031 if you do the math. No, that's too early.
I did it.
2050.
They confirmed my batch. They confirmed my degree and everything. Beautiful. My school account's gonna be suspended, huh?
The only time when your account being suspended is a good thing.
That's good. Yeah. The end of the journey. Hmm.
Oh no.
Oh no, sir. All right. So, actually, let me double check. Let me double check before I do this. All right. We want the goose. The goose is loose. Let me just double check to make sure I don't have these fucking guidebooks. Before I buy them, they don't look familiar, but let me just do one more double check before I fucking buy it. Because it's actually not a bad price. $70 for both of them is not bad, actually.
Wasn't DMC5 11 years after uh, DMC4? Well, I was kind of making a joke, but like it was. However, like that was more so due to complicating and conflicting factors with Capcom's expectations for 4's like sales, because they wanted to sell it like fucking what was it, Monster Hunter. They wanted like 4 million, 5 million something sales, even though their sequel. Funny enough, like their sequel conditions for the games has always been 2 mil, and it not only made 2 mil, it made like 2.6 mil, and was like the best selling game in the series at that point. So it was a success by the rate of the series. It was still one of their best selling games, and they were like, no, did make more money. So Mitsuno said that like technically the sales in the interviews that he mentioned that it only if only the sales of the reboot had been enough, then it would have changed the production of like whether or not there had been a DMC5. But like the actual sales of DMC4 wouldn't have really, and the 4 special edition wouldn't have really mattered.
We're good to go.
At least he claims.
Do you think I should pay for expedited shipping or just wait for it to come naturally?
Sometimes people do. Depends on situation. Sometimes people need something.
Well, because it's so it costs $76 for both guidebooks, which is actually off a 10% discount, mind you. But it's like okay, so I could pay $4 for each of them, which makes it 80 something, and that will make it show up on June 18th to June 27th. Or I do free economic shipping, and it's July 8th to July 22nd.
Is there a difference?
Um, the difference is if I pay for the standard shipping, it'll show up this month. If I pay for if I don't pay and I just go economy, it'll show up next month. Actually, maybe I should just do it free because I probably won't get to the video this month anyways. I'll still be having to compile all the guidebooks and organize them properly. Yeah, I just won't pay for it. But I don't own these guidebooks, so it's fair game. Let's go. Well, once again, I have bought myself more work as a reward for clearing college. Because the last time I bought a fuck ton of Fist of the North Star guidebooks, that was in response to graduation as well. Joy, oh joy.
Oh man, that pestilent mist is so nice. We might get a DMC6 within the next 10 years. I mean, Dragon's Dogma 2 is now done, so if Itsuna decides to start development within like the next year or so, Yeah, we could see one by like 25, 30. And we do see a DMC6. It's not like a 6 specifically or something after 5. It's not going to be on this console generation. That's for sure.
Why the fuck you lying?
Well, now I can get into Irithyll.
Oh, and we spoke before, and we live on pens. Old pens. Old pens. So, Aldrich's honest home is Irithyll, and the pilgrim told me that this ends so become.
Now in Bandit, come on.
Firekeeper.
Welcome home, I speak. Very then touch the hick, not farewell.
May the flames guide thee. Twist the soul steeped in strength. Oh, yes. I think the deacons have something.
Aha, so.
Oh, nice.
Dark Soul Bridge.
Now.
Oh, look at that.
Ashen
There might be a new series on the horizon so I can bring up the Metal Gear.
Oh, and what's that, Kyle?
Pretty, I don't.
Well, they're starting to add the Sly Cooper games.
Okay, can you hear me?
how? Ashen 1.
Hang on. What are they adding the Sly Cooper games to?
They've added the Sly Cooper games to the classic category. So I can suffer through 1, I can love 2, except for its map design. I can absolutely have a great time with 3, and I can tell everyone why 4 is a good game and they can all go fuck themselves.
People think what is it, Thieves in Time is not a good game?
Yeah, there are a lot of people who think it's not a good game.
I'm sorry, but playing as like the ancestors was one of the things that I wanted more than anything, or not playing as them, even knowing more about them was one of the things that I'm pretty sure most Sly Cooper fans wanted more than anything. They literally let us play as Tennessee Kid Cooper, who is supposed to be known for his iconic like rail walk and rail slide, literally like the best traversal abilities in the series. And they don't just let you meet him; you get to play as him and blast people with a fucking gun. I'm sorry, but that was like some of the best fun in that game.
I was always gonna power scale Sly Cooper, but I never played the series, so I never got around to it.
Yet.
We're never gonna do Sly Cooper collection. How about we just get a new Sly Cooper game? We never got a sequel to Thieves in Time. Sly's still trapped in the fucking desert. Like a loser.
Would you guys scale it? We probably could. But one step at a time, boys. One step at a time.
What's the studio that makes Click Over again? Is it Sucker Punch?
It is.
Yeah, well, what the hell are they doing? They need to get on that. That game came out in like what? 2011? 12? It's been like over 10 years.
Yeah. After, I think it was after Second Son, I don't think Sucker Punch have made a game that I know of.
Let me check. Are they even still in business?
I'm pretty sure they made Ghost of Tsushima. But then that like begs the question of what the hell they were doing. Like if their game focus just shifted entirely. Oh no. We're getting heavy rain and thunderstorms in 30 minutes. No.
They did make Ghost of Tsushima, yes.
The Ghost of Sushi.
Okay, so this was kind of funny. As a result of the game's success, the directors Jason Connell and Fox became tourism ambassadors for the island of Tsushima in 2021, and there is a film based on the game in development. So they made a game that was so good that they literally became ambassadors to the country. Or I guess to the island. Oh, Kyle's abandoned us.
Yes. Yeah, they really haven't made that many games, honestly. Like, mainly
Yeah,
just Sly
no.
Cooper, Infamous, and like Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the last time. Wait. Ooh. Hang on. Oh, I think it's because Thieves in Time was not developed by Sucker Punch. I guess that's why they haven't continued it, because they were gonna end the story on the third one, which I can understand that. But like, Thieves in Time adds a lot of development and things to characters that should have been there.
I see. You didn't like
Okay,
Penelope?
so allegedly, I'm sorry, what?
You didn't like Penelope?
I didn't mind Penelope as a
No, apparently
character.
Jeremy said she turned bad in 4.
Oh yes, I don't remember the reason she went bad, but yeah, she basically becomes an antagonist, which kind of like out of nowhere, she's just like Billy, I'm going crazy. Only playable on PS3, which sucks balls. I know. And then it's also not backwards compatible because PlayStation 4 doesn't have emulation and PlayStation 5 doesn't have proper emulation. because it's only backwards compatible to 4. Yeah, so they said that during July 1st of 2022, so this is like basically 2 years ago, they had no plans to revisit Infamous or Sly Cooper, and no studio is currently working on either of them. The characters are very special and near and dear to our hearts. So while we never say never to reopening those doors down the road, for now there are no Infamous or Sly Cooper games in development. So that was the last thing they said, and that was about 2 years ago. So we're probably not going to see anything for a really long time. People say Xbox is worse when shit like this is a thing. Well, people
Xbox
say
is worse.
Xbox is worse. I'm sorry, what?
Xbox is worse when it comes to studios and like old IPs because they'll shut down good studios for no good reason. That's the problem with Xbox, that they cannibalize studios and then they just toss them aside. If Xbox didn't do that, they'd be a lot better of a studio.
Are you just referring to Arcane Studios and Hi-Fi Rush?
It's more than that. There's a bigger list. They're the most recent, and to be honest, they're the most egregious example by far. But there's more just them.
Like, well, what other examples would you even think of?
Am I gonna do? Okay, fine. Hang on. All
Because
studios.
if you bring up Rare, I would absolutely disagree with that.
Okay, well, first off, they shut down 4 studios, not just Arcane Austin that day. So they shut down Arcane Austin, Alpha Dog Studios, Tango Gameworks, and Roundhouse Games. But this is not a new thing. They've done this consistently. I'll have to look through probably their history at some point, but no one's made a list for it yet. But no, they've been known for doing this for years. It's why people were kind of upset that Microsoft was poaching studios the way they were.
I agree with them shutting down studios consistently. That's brand new information to me, and I paid a lot of attention to their studio acquisitions. And oh, my, are you? Did I just get stun locked in the fucking corner? You know what I'm gonna say is that they definitely have better IPs than Xbox. Jack and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper, Twisted Metal, Infamous, God of War, Ape Escape, etc. I feel like when it comes to IPs, they just have like better art design. But like when it comes to actual gameplay, I probably disagree because most of those games that you're describing are usually in like 1 or 2 genres, and they also have competitors in those genres which make better gameplay.
Jim, what do you think about Arcane fans shocked that Vi is a psycho police enforcer? I mean, that's what she was in the game. God, I miss Leagues. But no, that's what she is in the game. She's a fucking police enforcer. I
This
don't
is the
like that they made
police.
our what?
This is the police. Come out with your hands up. Arcane edition. Anyway,
Well, no,
go
because
ahead.
so she's the stereotype cop where she's kind of like causes trouble at all times just to get the job done. Think of like the old like 70s and 80s cop guys who would blow up like half the city just to fucking get one guy.
They're just like, I'm gonna bring the law to this town, and like half the town's in like fucking poverty, and
Yeah,
like
no,
there's
no, no,
gangsters
no,
running
no.
out of there.
That's exactly right.
It's like, well, what are you bringing law to? These people are barely alive. I'm gonna whip them into shape with my sense of justice.
Now, my question is, if Arcane is canon, which is stated to be canon now, my question is simply going to be, well, why even hype up the idea of killing Jinx if they're never going to kill her off? They should just commit to the bit and just have Jinx go find Lux and Demacia so these two fucking disaster lesbians can just fucking work their own problems out. Solve everyone's problems. Bro, Twisted Metal hasn't even been used.
There's Ape Escape. Half those franchises you mentioned haven't gotten like a new game, and if they did, they went a very different direction with them. Like a
Actually,
lot of the stuff that PlayStation. Oh, go ahead.
I take back what I said about Twisted Metal. They did make that TV show recently.
A lot of the stuff is PlayStation is known for. I feel like they either A, don't develop themselves by an in-house studio, B, or some from some licensing thing. B is developed in a genre that has third-party competitors at the time or in previous generations that have gameplay that does the same thing. Or C is generally just pretty niche. But like sits in people's minds really well because it's nostalgic.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the games that you'll recognize PlayStation for being famous for is not from like PlayStation 1 era. Like nobody gives a shit about what they produced in the first generation. And no, I don't care for Crash or Final Fantasy. Like I know everyone's gonna bring that out, but like no. What made PlayStation's actual popularity was their PS2 generation. That was like their Xbox 360 generation, and they will never have anything ever that successful.
My man here really just threw Final Fantasy fucking 7 under the bus like that.
I did throw it under the bus. It's the most overhyped shit you've ever seen. They were literally willing to butcher something like Kingdom Hearts 3 just so they could remake a game they already fucking had into 4 different games. And like, we're really gonna talk about it being like overhyped.
Metal Gear Solid Mangler? Is Metal Gear Solid overhyped?
Metal Gear Solid's probably overhyped, but I don't think Metal Gear Solid has ever been accused of robbing other games of development so that it can split itself into 4 separate games to stop a brand new idea. Like, to put it in perspective, they didn't try to remake FF7 into one game. They made the first game just Midgar, and then they did Ever Crisis, or not Ever Crisis, Crisis Core Reunion. And then the one after that, and they've also done the Ever Crisis mobile game. They've done like 4 games at this point, if you include the mobile game, and they're going to do probably like 1 more, or maybe 2 more. They might even do remake like Advent Children, where like 2 or 3 of those are just Final Fantasy VII. They're not new ideas. I know they have new content in them, but they're not new ideas. They take an existing story in an existing framework and shift things around a little bit. And it's the case of Crisis Core. They were literally like an honor. It was a what is it? It's the term faithful. They were a faithful remake of it, just like Metal Gear Solid 3's Snake Eater is supposed to be, which is great. But like, it's not a new game. It isn't. It doesn't matter if you add like new story details. The core fundamentals of the game and everything that it makes up is the same. And while I understand that Final Fantasy VII seemed big for that time, like people have been basically asking for like not just ports, but like a remake of it for a really long time. And it took priority over something like Cage 3, which was a brand new game and was hyped just as much as FF7 was. So they're literally willing to butcher like a third-party game. Well, I mean, I guess this is Square Enix's fault, but technically the reason this is Square Enix's fault is also has to do with Sony.
Bruh.
And then for Crash isn't even Sony's anymore. It hasn't been Sony's for like 10 years. Activision bought it. Like, it belongs to them. Like, literally one of the most iconic mascots, actually 2 of the most iconic mascots, don't even belong to them. And out of their PS2 games, Kingdom Hearts, Devil May Cry, Steel Lancer Arena International, and like a bunch of other ones were like some of their most iconic games, like Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi as well. also a multi-platform series now, and its successor series was also a multi-platform series. KH and Devil May Cry, literally multi-platform series now. Like the best things that you could give Sony for iconic games in their genre that didn't have competitors don't even belong to them anymore, and haven't belonged to them for like over a decade.
All right, so while he's finished his "I hate that Kingdom Hearts 3 wasn't done sooner" spiel, regarding Jinx, I can see if you don't like Jinx's character arc of having daddy issues and stuff. That's fine. I can respect that. But like, she's like one of not like the best character in Arcane at this point, bro. Riot needs to not be stupid and just have Jinx survive Arcane and just go to the other fucking regions on her own. You can give Jinx skins. She's one of the
Resolve,
most popular ADCs.
resolve your daddy issues by killing your father.
Well, she did.
Oh, well, there
It's
you
just
go.
it's just that like that's not what she intended. It's just that like she has psycho fucking traumatic issues, and apparently a therapist doesn't exist in that world.
Revive your father. I don't know how to fix this family.
It's okay. They'll just fight. No, the reason I don't like also Arcane being canon is because like it just ruins too much of the lore building League's already had, and it makes most of League of Legends lore, at least with Piltover and potentially other series, just invalid. I know why Riot did it, and I don't blame them. But it's just kind of like, okay, so now we have all this worthless ass crap, worthless ass character interactions because you dipshits thought this was a better idea. Then I get it. I get it. Arcane was really popular. New players were just seeing Arcane. They needed to like restabilize their story, kind of like a start fresh slate situation. Doesn't make it any less annoying. Because of its popularity, Sega basically killed off most of their IPs.
I just need to make sure for a second that the thunderstorm doesn't like kill my stream. So I'm quitting it for a moment just to check what the weather looks like. You keep talking.
There's a thunderstorm at your place, Mangler?
Oh, rain for the next hour. Yes. I don't know how bad it'll be. Because of Sonic's popularity, Sega basically killed most of our IPs. Well, like most of the things about PlayStation's like IPs aren't even theirs. Like an enormous amount of things that you see, an enormous amount of companies, especially Eastern companies, have things that are licensed to PlayStation and nowadays usually PC that don't belong to them. Like it's not Sony. Sony doesn't actually own any of the rights to it, and usually didn't contribute a cent of a develop or a dime to it. They just paid them not to put it on Xbox, and then as a result, the companies would just establish, oh, we're just not going to release our games on Xbox. People were like, yeah, look at all these games that PlayStation had. I was like, PlayStation doesn't have those games. They didn't make any of those games. They didn't do any of those games. They made like predatory competitive practices to rob consumers of having the opportunity to play games on other platforms.
In the end, isn't that what the spirit of Christmas is all about?
Well, it's the spirit of capitalism, I guess, but I guess for somebody, it probably is.
Vi couldn't. Vi, I wouldn't, because although I like her character, she's ugly compared to Jinx. That's more Arcane's flair. Arcane's art style does make the characters less attractive. That was one of the complaints about. I know that's one of the complaints about League of Legends female design. That characters don't look too different from each other because all the girls just look stereotypically attractive. So that's bound to change with time. What was I gonna look up? Right. Objects to hold book open. This shouldn't be that big of a problem, but it
Yeah, so
fucking
I agree
is.
with you, Jeremy. Like, I definitely think like Okay, so I agree partially in that I think during a certain era, PlayStation definitely had like every single type of game that you could possibly imagine, even if they weren't games that were produced under the IP. That would have justified buying their console over any other thing, 100%. And it isn't just your like quote unquote childhood in the case. Like there are objective arguments you can make to like certain franchises, like Slay, for example. Like there is no Mech Warrior style game like Steel Lancer Arena International. There isn't. I mean, there is like the Phantom one, which is technically a prequel to that, but there's nothing that even comes close to that in the genre. There's no JRPG like Kingdom Hearts. There's no hack and slash like Double. There was nothing that could compete with these games. None of them had the pure gameplay value of these, and most of them had sequels that improved on their gameplay. But then once we got to PS3's era, Zim is kind of Zim has talked about this largely whenever he mentions his problems with the PS3 exclusives, but you'll notice a lot of the PS3 exclusives aren't like original games. They're just collections and ports of games from the PS2 era. Because that's what Sony realizes, that people just want those games because they made them so much money. And that's a large part of the reason why people also like PS3 is because they can play their games from PS2 in like giant collections. Like you can play all the God of War games. You can even play the ported ones that were on PSP. Because for the first time forever, they were basically able to port games that were from their handheld. That's what made PS3 like, so accessible.
I don't know if I want to drop $20 for a fucking book stand, but it'll make taking scans so much easier.
But their actual exclusive lineup like dropped off the face of the planet.
Weed for me.
The most they got was like Uncharted, Infamous, and The Last of Us. But The Last of Us came out at the end, and that started their shift to story transition stuff. Uncharted was basically Tomb Raider and Indiana Jones.
Don't let Kyle hear you say that. Don't let Kyle hear you say that.
What is he? Does he think Uncharted is better?
Oh, he doesn't like Indiana Jones at all. Don't you dare compare it to a series he likes.
Where does he think his gameplay came from? Actually, no, that's not fair to say that. The entire combat system in Uncharted is also ripped straight out of Gears of War, according to the producers for Uncharted. They based their entire system based off of Gears of War, so they literally openly admitted, yeah, there's a competitor on another platform that has a better system than us, and we're just going to copy-paste that system.
Vi is a lesbian, yes.
Then Infamous, for its time, I think Infamous didn't have any competitors. Then Prototype came out. The same generation.
So, man.
Go ahead.
People are really not liking the new girl Perfect Dark's face.
Yeah, they don't like her face because they keep mentioning she's like, they call her not Joanna Dark, which is her official name, the character's official name. They call her Joanna Dark.
Bro, she's got a chiseled fucking jawline, bro. That jaw could fucking cut glass.
Yeah, well, I'll be sure to be looking at that when I'm beating a man to death with my bare hands.
Bro, she doesn't even need a gun. That chin's a lethal weapon.
Dude, you know what? If they give me a headbutt animation and I get to beat them with the chin, I'm all for it. Let's do it. Motherfucker is the most badass that sells the highest of all the skins included, let's be honest.
Hang on. I don't think Misfortune has any information like that.
Yes.
She could be a Joestar across just as the Crimson Chin.
Guys, it's not that big. Also, I'm pretty sure this is meant to be a younger Joanne. But
well, no, it's because it's just the issue people have in general, because fucking nowadays
they just don't like women with jawlines.
Yeah, they want more They want more fucking stereotypically attractive draw lines of, I guess, what's the term?
Well, listen. I'm just I'm so glad that Perfect Dark was the game that came out in the 90s because now I don't have to hear anyone whine and bitch and moan about how they were a Perfect Dark fan and they're portraying Joanna incorrectly, because I have literally the Perfect Dark models that I can show you where they're not good at all. You cannot argue anything for their visuals.
No, no, no. I meant the
Yeah.
lesbian thing. No, you
Oh,
can go.
okay, yeah.
No, no, no. You can keep talking. Sorry, I was just responding to the comment.
That's why if the game somehow manages to portray the characters in like a different way than expected, I at least have some confidence knowing it's probably going to be an improvement. Because here's the thing is that like while Perfect Dark was like really instrumental in making shooters, it wasn't really known for like its story. It had like nice performance for like characters and their flares and stuff, but it kind of tried to handle like 4 or 5 different things in its original story, which it did somewhat well, but it didn't really flesh out any of them. So I feel like this game is going to be like a way better representation of it because it's actually going to explain and focus on like 1 or 2 story threads instead of like
You wanna
4.
know? You wanna know what I hope happens in like the new Dragon Ball game? I know it's probably not gonna happen. I want like four
The
to eight
Sparking
player
Zero,
4 to 8 player lobbies where you actually play in real time and try to jump each other.
Sparking Zero.
Yeah.
No. Even better, even better. Custom scenario with like a 4 player lobby or something, and one of you plays as Hercule and has to fight 3 other people playing as Frieza, Cell, and Boo, and they get all their transformations. You're only, and then the name of the objective is like, um, you're on your own. Your only objective is to survive for like 60 seconds.
Bruh. Yeah, she's really fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, her, I mean, I wouldn't say she looks like a man per se, but I definitely know that, like, I can definitely understand where that comes from.
I don't know, Mangler. Her chin does remind me of Jotaro. I'm gonna have to look at a picture of Jotaro. Oh, so basically Dragon Ball Breakers if it was good. I never played Dragon Ball Breakers.
Dragon Ball Breakers is meant to be a Left 4 Dead style game. Like,
Don't
it's,
you just like run from the villains?
yeah, but you have to try and stop them. I think it's you don't have to
Stop
escape
them from
it.
being
Like there are
evil.
win cons for the survivors, but Dragon Ball Breakers is not is was meant to be a Left 4 Dead style game.
Hmm.
All right, so apparently it's been confirmed the boys will end with season 5. What did I say? Oh, sorry. I was thinking about a better game. My bad, bro. My bad. My bad. Breakers looks like fucking Dead by Daylight. My bad. Only got like an hour or two of sleep last night. My bad. Might be closer to 4, but you get the point. That is true.
All right, I come back with a sandwich. Since the rain hasn't gotten too bad, I'm just gonna start playing
All right.
after I eat a little bit. I just want my 40k Space Marine game so I can enact galactic bug spray on the Tyranids.
Bruh.
Now, Rondo Zim's going to be in the corner, running away, because he has PTSD with the Tyranids. So, Rock and Alice, you and I are going to have to carry. And by carry, I mean I'm going to throw you in front of me, and you'll do exactly what every guardsman has been trained to do, which is give themselves up for the Emperor. Well, I safely zone them from a distance. So maybe it's just me, but I'm sure you can kind of understand this a little bit, Rock and Alice. We should probably have more stories where the Space Marines aren't such dicks to the guardsmen. Because I'm kind of getting sick of the Space Marines talking shit about like having to defend the Imperium. When the guard is over there, like, yeah, we're expected to die by like the millions on like a weekly basis, and we're not programmed to not feel fear and be like superhuman and have all these other advantages. There was actually a really like wholesome moment I read from one of the novels. It was presented in like an excerpt from some YouTube channel where this guardsman, he's basically talking to some space marine. Um, he says like, I was just so scared, I failed my duty after like a battle or whatever. And he's like, what he says, he doesn't say he failed, but his duty, but he says he basically failed because he was afraid. And Space Marine looks at him after this battle, in which most of the guardsmen around him have just been killed, and he's held his position against like an onslaught of like, I'm assuming like demons or orcs or whatever. And he's like, "You did your duty. You held the line when you expected to run." Then he says something to the effect of like, "I can feel fear. I can feel many things, or I cannot feel fear. I mean things because I'm programmed not to, but you don't, and you still don't run. If that isn't courage, then well, I don't know what is." But I salute you, comrade. And then the guardsman is just like, oh my god. This
Bruh.
guy's just like basically falling to pieces because pretty much everyone around him just died like 5 minutes ago. And then
Dude,
most Space Marine interactions are like, get out of my way, guardsman. I don't need to clean my boots today.
I mean, what else are guardsmen good for?
I'm just saying, like, there was a really funny fucking interaction. Like a super funny interaction. I'll play this last one once I find it, and then we'll start some PS3. It was like hilarious. Of a space marine or a guardsman talking back to a space marine, but like the reason he did was what was. Oh, let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Where is it?
Oh yeah. Have you heard of a comic book artist named Greg Land?
Oh.
You haven't?
No, I have not. Oh,
So
this is in Legion. Go ahead.
so he's a comic book artist who is recently under hot water, or I think he's been in hot water for a while, because it's basically well known that he traces all of his fucking drawings.
Mm, interesting.
But I think what got it super popular is because people found out that he traced porn, because I guess they found the original porn images that he traced for comic panels.
Sorry, I'm reading something. Hang on.
You're fine.
Okay, okay, go ahead, and then I'll say my thing. This might be the best scene ever, but go ahead, I can wait. What about the artist that you mentioned? I will listen in full scope.
Greg Land, Jeremy. Do you guys know the story of what happened when the Chaos invaded Kachan with an army? The fuck? Yeah, Greg Land is
No.
a comic, he's a comic artist who basically traces all of his work. Bruh, but what made him kind of more well known is that he traces porn, and when people found out about that, they've been giving him like nothing but shit for it. But he's cheap and he's fast, so that's probably why he still keeps getting hired.
Well, do what you can to make money.
But
Um, so the it's from the Legion novel, which this is the next one I'm going to read after Descent of Angels. But it's basically a novel that's happening during the Great Crusade. It involves, I guess, a captain or a sergeant of the Joker's company, which is like this guardsman legion that's, I guess, known for messing around, bending rules. And they're stationed there with Alpha Legion. And I guess the commander decides, like, I'm going to go take a leak. Because, I got to go. And he sits down to go to the restroom. He hears a voice behind him, and he's like, you won't be moving tonight. And he knows it's a space marine behind him. He's like, oh, well, what are you talking about? It's like, no more fun, no more games, like, no more rule bending. It's like, well, maybe I will. He's like, or he says, I think he says, is that a threat to me? And the space marine laughs and is like, does someone like me really need to make threats? And the guardsman's like, well, come on then. Let's see what you got. And the space marine's like, you have quite the balls, guardsman. Like, well, they're only out because I was taking a leak.
bruh,
Guardsmen are so fucking funny. Most Space Marines are like, yeah, we'll just scare you, and they're like, do you have any idea what I saw like last week? Like, compared to what I've been through, you are the most normal thing that I would have to fight. The story goes that Kachon is such a death world that when Chaos and the Orcs both invaded with armies, it took a few days, but at the end there were no traces of both of them. They showed up on the wrong world. I fucked around and found out.
So the story goes that Kachan is such a death world that when Chaos and the Orcs both invaded with armies, it took a few days, but at the end there were no traces of both of them, but the jungle fires were still there and thought it was funny. The fuck? How both the Orcs and Chaos died there? That's weird.
Probably because they were partially fighting each other. Also, depending on the death world, yeah, because they're basic. Like some death worlds are like heavy hazardous terrain. What for orcs that can be really bad because orcs are not really that tactically savvy. Outside of like certain war bosses and people, um, especially if you're using guerrilla tactics and hiding in the woods. And for chaos, um, really depends on the chaos. Like they got to bring like better strategists, psychers, etc. But if they just throw a bunch of corn berserkers in there, they're gonna fucking die in the jungle. Doesn't matter if they're faster and stronger. You can't hit what you can't see. Especially if you're getting blasted with a million las guns in the bottom of the jungle.
Damn.
I mean, that's kind of like what happened on Monthax with ghosts, with gaunts like Ghost Legion. Granted, stuff on the island was being manipulated by the Eldar to give them the ability to hit their targets and be blessed with like luck, but they didn't infuse any of their weapons or anything. And there were guardsmen that were still dying. But in that deep jungle, they basically were killing chaos demons left and right. One of which they blew open with a grenade.
Kachan has hazardous terrain, but also the fact that every single creature on the planet is designed to kill you down to the planet's atmosphere is extremely toxic, poisonous, disease-ridden. Hey, devil.
Yeah, well, if you constantly have to fight everything on the planet, then yeah, that can be a bit of a problem. Doesn't matter if you're chaos, when you still have to fight everything on the planet. It's like the thing with chaos is that chaos doesn't utilize like advanced technology that often unless they have space marines. They're usually just demons that show up with like their weapons and they're like, oh, we'll just overwhelm you with numbers and then drive you to madness. But like, how does that work when you're fighting like wild beasts that just want to murder everybody? They'll fight on instinct because they have no other choice. So, like your ability to make them feel fear is irrelevant unless the fear actually does something other than just making them afraid.
Character stats and profiles have DMC at 6D minimum now, and it's constantly evolving such that once a jungle fire leaves the planet, they can't come back because the life on the planet has evolved past their immune system. That's it.
I've killed him. Hiya! The Artorias LARPers are done.
Good job.
I am satisfied. Let me see if I can actually use the Artorias Soul, because if not, I'm going to crush it now. Or not the Artorias Soul, the Abyss Washer Soul. I'll crush it now if I can't use it, and then I'll just probably use that to level up twice.
What a weird planet.
So,
Alright, let me get 2,000 more souls.
Why?
Because I need more money. I'm selling repair powders because repair powders are useless in a game where every single freaking bonfire always, you know, heals my weapons.
Ashen one.
Whilst very then taken.
Mm. I don't think I've leveled up my health enough now.
Farewell, Ashen one.
Imagine yourself up on a planet just immediately dying because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Fucking Chaos Marines.
Well, Rock and Alice, do you know if there were Chaos Marines on the planet or was it just regular Chaos Demons? Because usually when Chaos shows up, it's Chaos Undivided, rather than a specific like Legion. Though many stories do actually have legions.
Marines and demons.
Like what demons specifically? And what Chaos Space? Does it just say Chaos Space Marines in general? Because it could be anybody's guess at that point. Or like, generally speaking, there should only be a certain type of Marines that should be a part of the Chaos Space Marines, mainly those of the Fallen Legion, and ones that they would have made after the fact. Skelly time. I have destroyed him.
Chaos fucking faction needs to learn to fuck off, bro. Those fuckers can't do shit. Oh, Slanesh, Chaos Gods, please help me shut the fuck up. Can't wait
No,
for the
there's a
Necrons.
story of. Oh, go
What?
ahead.
Can't wait for the Necrons to just go into the warp and beat the shit out of those Chaos Gods.
Well, the there's a story with Fabius Bile. It was the apothecary of the what's it called? The Emperor's Children. It's a legion of the Space Marines that
Yep.
basically betrayed the Emperor. And he basically joined because he wanted to produce and continue a lot of his research for the benefit of his legion. But he was basically a full blown atheist. He did not believe in demons. So, a common meme that happens in the series, as well as like the community, is that whenever demons come around Fabius, they're in like enormous amounts of pain because he just doesn't believe that they're actual demons. He refuses to believe in their existence at all or acknowledge them. So they just like they're in endless amounts of torment around him because he's just like I don't believe that you're real. Like prove your existence to me. Because like a lot of the things when it comes to the warp and what gives things the warp strength is your beliefs and your personal opinions about them. But if you don't believe something is real, that's reflected in the warp. And Fabius doesn't believe demons are real, or at least he doesn't believe they're quote unquote demons.
They literally have giant frogs that, when startled, explode with the force of bombs. Giant and sticking, tear through the strongest metals. Giant T-Rexes.
Well, he's kind of subscribed to the same position that like Horus did before Horus fell, where he just assumes they're like aliens of a different species. He's like, yeah, I mean, you exist, but like you're not like demons from hell. That's stupid, ridiculous. Um, there's a point where Slanesh himself shows up and basically showcases his power. He's using his power to force Fabius to submit, and Fabius is just sitting here like, "This is not real. This is not real. This is not real." Fabius is just like, I don't believe in you. You're not real." Slanesh is like, "Wow, this is impressive. Fuck me." Well, funny enough, if you were to convince most of the Imperium that the Chaos Gods were not only like not a threat, but like they exist, but they're essentially like pathetic and weaker than all the other gods, that belief would manifest in the warp and start affecting the Chaos Gods' power. Because that's how the warp operates.
Lies.
Granted, you'd have to convince all of the Imperium of that. And Chaos. But that probably wouldn't go very well.
Alright, someone calls Zagreus from Hades super weak, like wall level.
Yes. Wall level Zagreus. Perfect sense. I mean, I guess the dude is fighting the gods that are literally supposed to be the things that their powers actually represent, but I mean, maybe I was playing the wrong game.
Basically, the way the story goes is Dominus Crusade gets word that Chaos is sending a huge invasion to Kachon, so they all get together, stop it. When they get there, they find everything dead.
And the jungle fighters are like, yeah, they just showed up and we just cleaned them out. And then, of course, you got Abaddon over there who's like, hey, don't you want to have another Black Crusade? And everybody's like, isn't this your, 11th Crusade? And you still haven't won? Little bitch. I'm paraphrasing, but they added the little bitch part.
Oh, hello. Have you seen
And then Abaddon just gets really angry.
led by a trap and we've become separated?
But he even tried to recruit the Night Lords.
Kind of.
And they're like, yeah, your crusades are a waste, a sham, worthless. Like, we only sided with you because we disagree with the Emperor. We hated his vision for the Imperium, and we also wanted to do other things, like kill tons of people. But why would you think that means that we want to worship demons? Like, how did you get from conclusion A to conclusion B? And Abaddon's like, but you should obviously support chaos, and he's like, why? Give me one good reason. Like, because power, and I'm like, we already have power. Like, you're a dying legion. I'm like, well, our legion is chilling with our own goals and our own thought, our own decisions, with our own autonomy. We don't need you, and we never did. So, fuck you.
Mangler, no, that's not
I
how
think
you.
they even opened fire on his vessel, and Abaddon's like, I can't believe they're doing this. Like, no, I can't believe anyone would make a more reasonable and rational decision.
For one, he doesn't believe in that he lives for the sun, and he also thinks Demeter, who froze the oceans, couldn't put that power in a punch, therefore characters like Zagreus and Hades shouldn't scale to it. Okay, so uh, that's kind of weird. Well, how does he scale Chronos then?
I mean, if she can produce an ice that can freeze the oceans, and she's shooting that ice at you, I mean, that ice still has the power to freeze the oceans.
Yeah, but that's not really. It's not really a fucking energy attack, you know?
Well, technically it is.
No, no,
Because
no.
even,
No, because like you're stripping away energy. When you make things colder, you're technically draining energy.
yes, but do you understand how much energy you need to produce ice that could freeze an ocean? Because you have to make that ice.
Well, technically she's not making that ice. She's just making it cold enough to where that ice can be created. Because her ability is to control the weather.
Well, technically her ability is to control life.
The weather.
That could have killed me.
Cool.
Usually does kill people. I'm here.
Looks like Lord of the Rings gained an animated adaptation. Another one? Interesting.
Another one.
Well, Lord of the Rings originally came out as an animated episode or an animated movie series. You know that, right?
I think I saw something about that.
Yeah, the original Lord of the Rings movie that came out was animated.
He stabbed me. That's
So he
illegal.
doesn't scale. So he doesn't scale Chronos. That's kind of weird.
Cronus is just literally stated to be time.
Yeah, he's a personification of time, but I think he also has other statements of being able to create everything. The original Lord of the Rings was an animated musical. I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Chaos has other statements of not just preceding everything, but being there everything that spawned the cosmos.
Yeah, but no one scales to chaos.
That would depend on whether or not you include the boons.
Do the
Well,
boons
you can get,
directly give the boons directly give you the power of the gods or the person using it?
they yes they do. That's the whole point of the boons. Otherwise, you wouldn't be getting anything from them.
Well, no,
Like
because
when
the
you
problem is
when
that
you
Hades can
call
give you a
upon
boon in like Hades 2, and he's not like at it, and I think he's weakened, so it's kind of like I don't know how you want to scale boons. I remember you
All the
arguing
characters in Hades 1 are not weekends, so that wouldn't matter
they technically are
based on.
based on Hades' statement when you use the Pact of Pain.
No, so what he says specifically is that he's forgotten his old strength. He's
Yes,
not weakened.
and
He's
then
just
he
not at
says
his
some
prime.
of it has come back as a result of using and fighting you. So he would not be compare. The best you could argue is that he's comparable to what he used to be at, but he's not 100% there.
I mean, I would never assume he's like drastically weaker than he used to be to a point where he drops tears.
I mean, the problem is that Zagreus literally just flat out states that if he had been going all out like that from the start, then he never would have had a chance.
I mean, Zagreus can put on all the packs and still beat him anyway. So I feel
Yes.
like that's kind of wrong on Zagreus' position.
No.
It's like you can not only put all the packs on, you can beat him without the mirror. You can technically fight him without the mirror and put all the packs on. And Zagreus is like, it will still say regardless that if you've been going all out, I still would
Well,
have beaten you. And I'm like, Zagreus, you literally you're under like 10 different restrictions and conditions.
where does he scale Cult
Because
of the
like,
Lamb?
oh fuck it, oh my god, oh my
Why
god,
didn't you
oh
go
my
for the
god.
bonfire in this area instead of fucking like, running around like a total twat?
Too many fucking rats. Rambo's and super correct. Yeah, it is. Most people have said that Cachatone is a planet of Rambos, primarily because the people that are on there are their design is literally inspired directly from Rambo because they look exactly like him. Also, I forgot that Caliban is actually a death world. The original
So
world of the Dark Angels is a death
somewhere in
world,
like
or was a
above
death world.
mountain level. Wait, above
Based
mount.
on
Wait, so
what?
so there's still like plan. Wait. So how else doesn't Hades basically confirm three commits are canon to its story?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm fighting this man that's trying to kill me.
I think that's wrong, then, because
Um,
go on.
Yeah, no, he literally they reference the events of like the events that happen in life are talked about in the actual games. Like whenever you talk to Achilles, he specifically mentions his life because he's already died. Um, his lover is in Elysium. All of the feats and things that he did as Achilles have already happened. Um, Pretty sure like well Hercules I don't think gets mentioned that much, but what is it like all the stuff, all the drawing of the straws, fighting of the Titans, and everything Zeus or Hades did in his time has already been by the time the events of the games happen.
I never said he did
So
research. Wait, did he not do research for these videos?
did he just like play the game and ignore like most of the dialogue? Because like there's only so much you can argue for like them not scaling the gods when like it's not just Zagreus that has the power of the gods. Theseus also does as well. He summons them in the battle to use against you. And what are you going to say? Like, he summons Ares' power to shoot spears out of the ground. Are you going to say those spears don't scale to Ares? Well, that they're not comparable to his power? They're literally just fucking spears. It's a physical object. There's also Zoof. Those are gods throwing mountains at multiple points.
He kind of sounds smug. He just wanted to play the games and be honest. To be honest, he kind of sounds smug. Well, of course he does, because that's how Set the Programmer fucking got his fucking audience. I
Oh
can't.
yeah, there are also some other statements from Chaos which indicate that like the last time, like when you're doing the actual family dinner, he's like, I'm a little concerned because this might be the only time in a very long time that I've had so many cosmic powers, something like this, all in one location, at least for some. Or he says something to the effect of like, it's been a very long time since there's been a bunch of powers in one location, at least this many, and not for a fight. He's like, yeah, well, we're having like a dinner. Would you like to come over and hang out? And he's like, well, I can't really like leave here, but I can give you this egg.
Well, he doesn't say he can. He doesn't say he can't leave. He just says that like I kind of don't like reality. Oh, so you haven't seen anything for Hades 2 at all then, I take it, right? Mine's like the initial trailer.
But honestly, initial trailer, no.
Yeah.
I've kind of found out that after going through so many trailers for a bunch of games that I like, it's just best to see the initial trailer and then fuck off until the game releases.
Yeah, so you haven't seen the new designs for all the characters and stuff.
No, I'm not.
Alright.
It's the same with the Home of the Salamanders. Well, I would assume the Home of the Salamanders is pretty bad. They're literally like these guys have such a love for fire that their skin has literally been scorched black.
Yeah, nomás a ti. Nadie más, nomás a ti. Shit. Pues tengo chicken nuggets para ahora, no es nada feo. Dionysus is the god of madness, and you have his blessings, which allows you to use the madness on enemies through wine. Wine magic. It's just called alcohol poisoning, bro.
No, wine magic. Stop! 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 Okay, that was dangerous.
I guess we just go through the games on their own. I can kind of see that. But how does the lab scale the mountain level? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but that's his god doing that, right? That's not him specifically? Actually, no, you can beat your god, can't you? At the end of the game, you can choose to fight the god you were worshipping.
I'm
That's
just gonna
how I
say,
know.
like the gods embody the things that they are. They're just stated to be the things that they are. So you don't really have like any way you could argue against that.
No. So in Cult of the Lamb, well, you make a cult. I know, you're shocked. But
I was just referring to Hades, not Colt, but yeah,
yeah,
continue.
yeah, yeah, no. I know that's why you're confused.
What's the mountain thing?
Well, that's why I'm asking. I'm assuming the god probably demonstrates it. Ya creo un mensaje que ya grabé de grado y todo. Ellos se lo van a mandar como 4 o 6 semanas. Ya van a cancelar mi account con la escuela y todo. Ya gradué, mamá. Ya gradué. Mi, mamá, ya, por ahorita ya gradué. Ya no hay nada más que hacer por ahorita. Sí, gané la Dean's List una vez más. Eso es lo más bueno, listo para la academia que te dan menos valedictorian. Lo hice 3 veces mientras estaba en el colegio. Ujú. Lamb beats the one who waits in an animation, became bigger than mountains. That's his argument. Hmm.
Make the same fucking argument for like Hades.
Mangler, when he hears that fucking dollar store scaling argument,
My brain just has to like register that for a minute because of how stupid it is. Oh no, thunder incoming. No, he's bled me, even though I'm already dead.
Angler, stop bleeding. The dead can't bleed.
That's what I keep telling myself until I keep bleeding.
How the hell are you even bleeding if you're an Ashen one?
That's a great question. And the answer may surprise you. Fuck you. Well,
I was told you were turned into a fucking biscuit. I was told you were turned into a nice sack of ribs. Well done. So,
I guarantee you
why you
that
bleed?
there was never an explanation provided for a lot of that stuff, but that's kind of why I assumed that like poison and bleed and stuff don't work on the Ashen one because he shouldn't actually have like cells or anything like that since he's made of ash. Oh yeah, it's Carthage Rouge. Well, let's go.
I'm sure he knows what power scaling is. Just that a lot of people who power scale just don't power scale. Fuck, I don't want to say correctly because power scaling is really subjective, but it's like they don't do as much work as they should be for what they're trying to do.
Or any work at all. Let's be
I
real.
was trying to be neutral about it, but fuck me.
Listen, there's a certain standard that we have for trying to engage in like a hobby or some level of like intellectual discourse. It's not even just the hobby; it's just intellectual discourse in regards to all things. Like when I'm trying to research anything or any topic or anything that I'm doing, I expect to be doing a thorough job, not like half-assing it. It's not just that. That's like most tasks and things I do in my life.
I'm
You
worried
know,
what you
like
say about other characters besides do similar in our game with indie game another genre with indie game protagonists. Alright, just leave it be. If that's how he scales, that's how he scales. It's trash, but it is what it is.
yeah, he's entitled to his own opinion, and his opinion is allowed to be trash.
I'll say, and even though it's wrong, it is an opinion he can have. Well, let's check and see what our guidebooks haven't done yet. So we'll do. Uh, fuck. Where is it? There it is. Drive. What do you think about the programmer skill in general, drama aside? Okay, I know you just said drama aside, but what scaling? Like, we basically found out during the whole drama that other people did his scaling for him.
Yeah, all right. I actually completely forgot that he doesn't do his own research. And regardless of whether you think like the whole drama situation was like a setup to boost other people's channels, that doesn't make any of the statements or information incorrect. And based on like what we even knew before, we knew he wasn't doing research for a lot of his videos. Even before Clyde said that, the God of War and the Kingdom Hearts videos are perfectly good examples of this. Because he got almost all of that information from somebody else.
So tell you what, tell you what I'm gonna tell you. When I see some of his own actual scaling, I'll let you know if it's actually good or not.
The only thing he ever did was probably just Dragon Ball and maybe his old Naruto videos. Maybe. That's a strong maybe. Alright, here we go. It's time to get peak and force this mimic and all these enemies to fight that demon. Come on, boys. You will pay. No, attack him, you fucking morons. Oh, goddamn idiots. Oh, they're not gonna last too much longer.
I don't remember much about Dragon Ball scaling. I don't want to say the guy was forgettable, but because I don't think he was. It's just that how do I say this? Fuck. Um,
Wow, those
it was
skellies just
it was
flailed him.
fine. His scaling was fine. I think he had before the controversy kicked in, I think he had a much better mentality than other people did for scaling, because he was one of the first people who was kind of like, we should stop picking on Death Battle for having a different system of scaling because they have their own version or like their own internal scaling thing. Yeah, because believe it or not, that was him first. That was not other people. While everyone else, ourselves included, was still ripping on Death Battle. Although by the time he started saying that, we were kind of done ripping on Death Battle for different reasons.
Also, he still ripped on Death Battle anyway. Yep. You know, can you step closer to the mic, perhaps?
Why'd you get all quiet, Mangler? What's going on, buddy?
I said, um, he also started ripping on Death Battle as well. Even after he said that.
Did he?
Yes. Like, do you not remember how many Death Battle debunked videos he made?
No, he stopped making them after that.
After, you know, years of making them.
Yeah, because we all fucking did it. But he was like the first one kind of go, well, I agree with what you're saying the NGT Goku is 1B or whatever is a bit of a stretch in my opinion. You argued Goku was 1B at the end of GT? What the fuck? It's kind of weird. He wasn't the worst scaler out there. If he wasn't such a fucking douche, he'd be more tolerable. But what made him famous and popular was being the douche, and he played it to a fucking T.
Didn't spend so much time focusing on rhetoric. I made a little bit more intelligent and competent.
Welcome, speak very well, then take farewell, Ashen One.
Ah, how. Gracious iron.
I should have spent more time focusing on
Ashen.
direct evidence.
Ah, Ashen One.
Well, then
Oh.
I still need more souls.
farewell, Ashen One.
Ah, Ashen One.
Well, then take
Bro.
farewell, Ashen One.
Ah, so. Treat the
Southern Mom Mangler.
Yes.
Well, then take
Catacombs of Kark this time. Let's kill Wolnir. And it's on to Irithyll. Time to kill Sullivan after that.
Yeah.
Actually, wait a minute. I should probably upgrade this into a sharp thing.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen too much of Dragon Ball scaling though in a fat minute. I stopped watching, even though he's making a comeback. I stopped watching his content a while back.
His content well before the, scandal thing.
Yeah,
This wasn't my cup of tea.
that's fair.
Large Titanite shard. Maybe we'll use it.
Oh, is this one? Hang on.
Okay, now it does a lot of dex damage. Honestly, one of his newest videos, most hated videos, was the fate scaling, which was actually one of the most accurate. You mean
Yeah,
like
hang
the
on.
fate series?
I guess he scaled Fate series. Yeah, let me take a look at this.
Oh, is that where I claim like fate was like outer at its highest or whatever? Because I just want to make sure before
That was
no.
a year ago. So yeah, his Fate videos a year ago. His newest videos post the controversy was Krillin Kratos? Could Kratos defeat Elden Ring? Was that before or after?
That was before the scandal.
Yeah. Yeah, so Goku versus Gojo, End of Z Goku, which I believe is GT Goku, Piccolo Evolution, Beerus, and why Naruto versus Goku with no limbs, blindfolded, sick/tired is not even close.
Zarthos is the fate one the one where he argues fate is like outer or whatever?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
I'm asking Zarthos. And what exactly does he argue in regards to fate? Because I've been looking into the scans that were actually used for fate on Versus Battle Wiki to argue that it's 1A. And I'm gonna call bullshit on that entire premise. Like, there was a lot wrong with that. It smells of a how do you say this? You know those really shitty like Discord like philosophy positions where
Yeah.
someone's like, well, I believe in this thing because it's found in, I don't know, like the dialectics of like Plato, which when interpreted this way with like quantum physics makes it like tier one. And that's their entire argument. Okay, that's basically the tier one fate argument.
Or that they essentially take a couple scans from information about the root, or the root of the world. So then argue, well, not everyone in the verse scales to it. I don't think like really hardly anyone does, but their essential argument is that it's 1A because of a statement in talking about theories of dimensions. There's like some other greater space or something, and they're like, well, that would be beyond all dimensions. You kind of have to prove that. I have to go back and look at the scan, but it does not say what they're asserting it does. It's nowhere near as direct or blatant as they would need it to be to make that kind of position.
Yeah.
It's fine to make an outer position if you don't have an infinite dimensional statement, but you do have to prove higher dimensions exist in your verse, and that you're completely beyond dimensions entirely, along with the same conditions you would have for higher dimensionality. If you can do that, you can probably prove something about it. You'd also have to have like a space or maybe some location to compensate it.
I
If
find it
you're
annoying.
arguing it.
I find it annoying how people portray the Pale King as a bad dad, but don't do that with the White Lady. No, she's not a good mother. She doesn't give a damn about the vessels in a motherly way. Stop it. She kind of does. She kind of does it. The statement for the root is that to describe the root in any way would diminish and fail to actually describe the root. You cannot use any form of human language to actually describe it.
Yes. Yes, I've seen all the scans that VSB used and argue it. And I guarantee you there's not only context for a lot of those, a lot of that shit is like objectively taken to the highest possible interpretation. Because they argue it is like 1A because of how certain information is compared and contrasted in a duality. And like, bro, some of the arguments that they could be used to argue like most verses are 1A. It's absolutely like middle school level philosophy, like workshop bullshit. Probably Root isn't more accurate. I was in agreement with 90 scaling for paper. No, so make no mistake. There is a blatant like I don't know where they're sourcing this from. There's a blatant like higher dimension statement in Fate, and there's like direct statements that there's like 6-dimensional stuff there. There is higher dimensional stuff in Fate that exists. I'm saying the specific way that they're using the root and the language and interpreting the language is a philosophical, like, is a Discord philosophical argument. Or, like, I believe philosophy skills to this, therefore does. And that's not something you can falsify. Because philosophy by itself isn't falsifiable. God, let me out. Holy shit.
Probably the root part isn't accurate. I was in more agreement with 90 scaling for Saber and the characters in general. I'd have to see where the scaling comes from, but I don't feel like scaling a light novel like that. Also, never forget technically that at least for Hollow Knight, the good mother, or not the good mother, what's she called? The White Lady. The White Lady can't stop fucking. She can't stop reproducing. Like the reason she's bound like that specifically is because if she wasn't, she'd be mating with everything in Hollowness. Sure.
Cool. I'm gonna just go back to the shrine, or the last bonfire. Around the moon cell was 80, I believe. If there are direct statements, that's fine. The statements that they use were used as more of an abstract argument for why. Well, they're hard to argue a bunch of like everything about it was like a philosophical approach. It was not, well, dimensions exist in this way, and then as a result of this, like no. They just took the statement and interpreted it as the possible interpretation, which is fine. if you have statements and things supporting as an evidence to get it that high. But if you're just assuming that something's outer because of two things being compared in a duality, you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry, like I've literally got a statement from Argosex, who is literally intended to be the perfect fucking being, and is supposed to be the combination of dualist systems, and that wouldn't give him any scaling at all.
Or maybe, that's like, oh yeah, she cared about the vessel, aka the Hollow Knight breaking and infection leaking out. When she has something nice to say, it's either, hey, you got the King Charm, you remind me of the worm, or maybe you can actually do what the other vessel couldn't do, which she said that you have the Void Charm. Those are some of the only somewhat nice things she says.
Got you. Perfect. Well, as far as the human language thing, the language being used to describe the root in any, you know, any form of human language that can actually describe it, that's that's a limitation of the way that language works by the boundaries of humans. You could argue that, like, for example, as a possibility, that what information is available to humans and what they understand can be used to describe it. But then at that point, you would just have to prove what characters in Fate can actually, like, properly understand. Define. I'm pretty sure, like most verses, that extends to, like, the fourth dimension at most. Even if they understand that there are higher dimensions, they don't exist in those dimensions of realities. Well, the root obviously is supposed to be, like, the highest place in Fate. Arguing that it's like 1A because of really like skimpy statements about people's impressions of what they assume it to be. Not a position I would really want to die on. Not a hill I would want to die on. Not a position I would want to support. Mm.
She even
You're in
admits
the
she only
dark.
feels a little bit of shame for what happened. Oh yeah, I guess I feel a bit of shame. Why? Listen, they were my brothers, but they should have squared up better. I'm just saying, they should have squared up. Ah, yes, this boss. I remember this boss. No one likes this boss.
Gimmicks, the boss. The Lord Gimmicks. Oh, this is every song in this game. Oh. Sorry. Making fun of a lack of soundtrack. Righty.
Bruh,
That was easy.
was it?
Uh, I'm looking at another bonfire.
Did you kill it?
Yep, that
That
was
was,
it.
that was fast. Did you look at
Yes.
his face? as you watched him get dragged into the abyss?
I
Did you
did,
did you
and I
look at him?
laughed.
Good, good.
Oh, look, another bonfire.
What a pussy. He should have just been a beast.
I've broken about 30 minutes ago. Also, Dark Souls 2 did music better. It did. At least in regards to most boss music. Right up every one. I think Dark Souls 3 had a lot of really good soundtracks, but so many of them are the same, like, blend of just ha 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 ha, like choirs going up on like an upward dynamic rift, and then other ones being a um a downward like full percussion with with a blast of violins, and that is like every song in Dark Souls 3. Just those two things.
Okay, good night. I should have gone to sleep 30 minutes ago. Dark Souls 2 music break. Alright, good night for doing. They can understand higher dimensions, the moon structure, dimensional beings, imaginary numbers, a few magi. Can match the spaceship Olympia's text the Alice 2 was made to. Study all this, figure out counters them throughout the multiverse.
But so what I'm referring to is them actually like comprehending them correctly. I'm not talking about like because we can understand the idea of what a fifth dimension is, or any number of numerical dimensions, or the logic going into them. The fact that we're talking about it even in this way means that we do understand them. I am talking about actually existing in the set spaces in question.
I'm currently trying to send pictures to my Google Drive to translate later.
Ah, Ashen one.
My Lord Wolnir has a lame ass sword.
How dare you? Yes, that's what the Allisons to. Its purpose is to create counters to them. They created the Black Barrel, a gun that forces the constant death on beings that are higher dimensional, so lack the constant as humans would know it. I see.
I don't just see the same information for myself because I don't believe ESP. I don't believe him for a second. The way that information was produced was so fucking flimsy.
For Faith?
Yeah, it pisses me the hell off. Yeah, it pisses me the hell off. Not because, well, I do really like Faye, but not because I have anything against Faye, but because I have a problem with people using philosophy as an argument to upskill verses when you have like no actual position to support your legs on, and you're just using like an interpretive argument based on purely entirely on language. Where is it? I would like to use the soul of a worthless skeleton. Yes.
Well, then take farewell, Ashen One.
So they just superimpose a concept on other beings.
Hmm?
Ashen 1.
Whilst then take farewell, Ashen One.
Okay, so it goes to the other place and see what the arguments are. Does everyone use VSP talking points? Because that would suck.
I'll take a look again after seeing what sources they have. I'm in the midst of going through Vape myself, and I've already gone through, let's see, 2 or 3 routes. I've done Unlimited Blade Works, Fate Zero, Heaven's Night, Heaven's Field. I want to think of doing the original Stay Night route, and then I also have Apocrypha. But the material that they were using wasn't from any of the animes. No, they did use some statements from the manga. I don't think the manga's finished at this point, so there's no point for me to go through that. If Mangler is not saying if Fate doesn't have higher dimensions, he's saying he doesn't agree with the way VSP make other arguments. I don't agree with that and the principle of the way those kinds of arguments are made. Just on principle, that infuriates me. Like, remember the one video that Seth made about Avatar: The Last Airbender? Like, how powerful is the Avatar? Does everybody remember that one?
Are you playing the visual novels? Because that's where that stuff actually is.
No, I'm gonna do those last. Also, most of even while some of the stuff is from the visual novels, you're correct. Like a lot of the visual novels have already been translated accurately into routes, and we have most of the same content. They do
Yeah,
censor and change
lately.
some things, but they pretty much have most of the same statements anyway.
Oh, all right.
No, well, the Avatar video actually made a similar premise, not in regards to the higher dimension statements. Well, what the fuck? Did that fade away? Sorry. There's the B on my the button on my controller is somehow faded away, but none of the letters have. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yes, Avatar. The argument that he essentially made from Avatar was that you can either argue he's Newt level, or you argue he's outer, because the connections that they have, like the subtle connections of spirituality to like Buddhism, and interpretive understandings of how like Buddhism works in verse, and then essentially scaling it to like Buddhism's like core concepts and philosophies. And I'm like, oh great, oh I've got disconnected. Okay, and is everybody able to hear me again?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Or mine? Okay, so I basically said that he has suggested that you could either assume things like nuke level, or you think he's outer, because of how you would be interpreting the principles of like Buddhism, at its like highest interpretation, taking like language and information from it because of how it's compared and a lot of the similarities and contrasts presented in Avatar and the similar power system, and you would take those systems and equate it to their highest possible value. And I'm like, no, philosophy can't be falsified. You need actual statements in there, like the whole comparing dualities, the idea of imaginary numbers, etc. Like these are philosophical language. What matters is obviously the dimensions themselves. Now, Fate has direct statements. I've seen what they presented. They have direct six-dimensional statements. They have like eight-dimensional statements for the moon cells. Well, I actually haven't seen the one from the moon cell, but I've heard people float that one around, and they specifically mentioned in the context of a direct one. So, considering they have one for 6, I would assume they have one for 8. So it's not like this stuff doesn't exist in Fate. I just disagree with the philosophical position how it's presented, because philosophy itself is fucking worthless when it comes to stealing anything. Because it's not empirical evidence. You are essentially making you're just making a perceptive claim of what you assume to be the case based on your own personal assumptions. Whereas, like, a scientific claim is more so a direct, falsifiable thing that you can prove. You're going to need to take the fake games that take place at the moon cell, since I remember that's where the moon cell stuff is. Well, I would assume I need to get the stuff involving the moon cell to get the stuff on the moon cell. That'd be kind of weird for like other fake games to be talking about something that's sort of its own isolated piece of information. I mean, if it was like the Grail, I understand, but like, obviously not.
The games are called Fate Extra and Fate Extra CCC.
Yes. I'm not a great fan of these names, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. Actually, that reminds me, does anyone know if Fate was called, like, Fate Zero was called Fate Zero in particular?
It's probably a
Oh.
prequel to the Fate series.
Well, no, I watched it. Like, it's just none like, Blade Works and I think Heaven's Feel. They didn't really get like that name drop. Oh, no, let me out, let me out, let me out. He's eating me. Evil. Okay. Okay, but I know Emberd. Let's see, Irithyll is a really good looking place.
Also. There's also the Muso spin-off of Extra called Fate Extella as well. The games are called, you're gonna need to get Fate games take place in the Moon Cell, since if I remember that's where all the Moon Cell stuff is. Heaven's Field is called... Stop doing pictures. Heaven's Field is called that because they actually get the third true magic partial, which is called Heaven's Field. I see.
Yes. Great movie, by the way.
Also, Planets in Fate
Time.
do not operate like IRL, as they're more akin to entire planes of reality rather than a single planet.
Unlimited Blade Works is called that because when Shiro actually activates his reality marvel, it's called Unlimited Blade Works. Well, I knew that one. They literally say it on panel. If you weren't, unless you didn't watch the anime or play the actual like visual novel, you wouldn't have known why it was called Unlimited Blade Works. It's kind of impossible to miss. stamping her down here. So much better in 60 FPS. That's one. So many dead people. Yeah, it's such a fun zone
Stay
you is
Night, I
it's
forgot why it's called that. Does Saber bang the main character with a name like Stay Night?
yeah, stay for the night. Roll credits.
Oh, it's an animated movie with Lord of the Rings that looks accurate? That's weird. Though I will say Shares Manly Brought such bullshit because he also gets the knowledge, skill, experience of all the blades he adds to UBW that he can just grab with a bit of focus. Mm-hmm. ¿Qué cosa es amor? ¿Qué cosa haces tú? Mm.
Oh, she's spitting dark stuff at me. Are you serious?
Okay. Yeah, no, for you. wonder, can you guys hear the fans or no? Nope, does not look like it.
These fans you speak of.
My PC started making started smelling a little burnt, so I decided to turn my fans on to the highest possible setting. Let it cool down a little bit. And this moon starts is a higher scale than the Avalon reverse side.
Why do these guys need to keep people's ears? What's wrong with the Dark Moon Covenant?
And these are just the gods and true demons and the throne of heroes which both are completely above the universe entirely viewed as beneath them or fictional.
You mention this to me like it matters in the context of arguing something morning. Or as if I didn't already say that I agree that Fate has higher dimensional stuff, which I said before. You don't have to provide more evidence to me. I'm already convinced that it does. I just think philosophical arguments are bullshit. Because they are. So not based on any sort of facts or empirical evidence. Wait, where does the GT Goku being 1T come from? Or 1B, or I1B, or whatever. I remember someone mentioning that earlier in the stream.
What are you talking about?
Someone mentioned it was either Seth or someone arguing that Goku, like, end of GT Goku was like, you know, I guess was it high 1B or 1B or something like that.
Yeah, someone did say that.
Oh no, not his beast. That way. I played the Grand Order as long as a lot of ceiling comes to that game. Get it? Just watch Grand Order.
No. Watch Fate? No.
Now you're dead. Now you're dead. And now you're dead. All dead. I guess we're making progress.
No.
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 Just die.
If you're talking about the movies, no, because leave out watching a story. Bruh. Mangler just walking up, shanking the fucking not silver knights. Because we all know knights in black armor with the same armor have nothing to do with other factions they were a part of, potentially.
Are you serious?
Something wrong, Mangler? See,
I was sniped in the face.
if that was a silver knight, Mangler would have won.
That is a silver knight, you fool. It's not a black knight, that's a silver knight.
Nope. That was a black knight. Mangler, they're two different factions. Come on up.
That was the stupidest argument I had ever heard in regards to Dark Souls. Had two units wearing exactly the same kind of armor. One slight difference is because of the flames. But it literally confirms he split his knights into two groups. And one of them not burned by the flames. Well, so one of them was the Black Knights. And they're like, no. There's actually this other group of knives called the Mickwood Knights who are completely different or something. I'm like, what? What does that have to do with... No, we're getting now. Almost to Sullivan.
Bruh.
Oh, he got frozen. Oh, I got frozen too. Oh, that actually didn't do anything.
Bruh.
That's a little frostbite. Frost is one of the stupidest mechanics ever introduced. Because they honestly could have just said they were revamping Bleed and just took Bleed away and then kept Frost in the game. But they had the balls to be like, yeah, they're gonna be two different mechanics when they literally do the same thing. Flags and P did static conditions way better.
Bruh.
A little way more fun to play Flags and P.
I was the one who said 1B GT Goku, but I said Set, or the guy who made Scaling for him said it. Not that I agree with it. He deleted the video, but Max Pook has it registered on YouTube. Wait, he what? Hang on. Hang on. What the fuck? What the fuck you mean he deleted it?
Hold on. What is this? I want to know about this now. Because if he made it and then deleted it, that's. I want to see what he said in that video. I must have had some bad arguments for him to get rid of it. Like something really bad.
What is this exactly? What is this Max Pook's channel about? Cause The last video came out 6 years ago, so I don't know what the fuck you mean by 1B, bro. Unless it's a different one. I'm looking at the wrong one. Is this just literally a fucking YouTube channel that just saves all sets of videos that get deleted?
The only ones that do for other channels, but somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, looks like it. But looks like the last upload was 6 years ago.
He's also unlisted a lot of his videos as well.
Yeah.
Like his Kingdom Hearts store video is unlisted.
What?
Yes, but I have it. You can find it if you go to his Twitter. Because as long as you have the link, you can get to it. But you will not find it if you go to his actual channel.
Why?
Well, maybe something to do with the fact that, like, most people who play Kingdom Hearts realize that's bullshit. It's not just a controversial take, like, it's something that's objectively, provably wrong.
Mangler, why are you being so mean?
And then
Why
Bob
not?
was like, actually, that's downplay to say it's multiversal. They're actually, like, tier 1, possibly 1A, because of dreams. All right, bro, how about you get yourself an actual cosmology before you open your mouth?
Bruh.
Oh, yeah, how about you stop bitching about trying to change tiering standards for other verses because your verse doesn't have enough blatant evidence before you start, like, talking shit. Especially if every argument you have is just going to be fictitious relationship. Just because the word fiction was used by characters that don't understand what they're looking at. Oh, man. I love when they don't compare how strong the side of the energy team compare go on from the side of the team and a whole multiplying thing, which is BS. Oh, does it just do the dimensions multiplying thing that, like, oh well, he's gotten more powerful here, so therefore he's a dimension higher, and then he got infinitely stronger here, which makes him like outer something. I can understand how he got to what was it? 1B, I guess, if that was the logic he was using.
Ashen 1.
Yeah, basically. Oh, that's old school logic. Those are the old texts. Oh, actually, I don't remember asking it. I think I did. No, I didn't. Someone asked me yesterday, who do you think would win an equalized fight between Goku, Vegeta, and Sasuke and Naruto?
Yes. Are you proposing the question to me or
Yes.
or them? Um. I'm assuming like end of part 2, Goku and Vegeta, or not Goku and Vegeta, fucking Naruto and Sasuke, and then like what versions of Goku and Vegeta then?
That's like super. I don't know.
Equalized. Probably still gonna give that to like. Okay, well, if Goku doesn't go into Ultra Instinct, Sasuke could just rip out his soul. But like, that's assuming he actually uses the Rinnegan abilities. And as Rock and Allison, I have talked a lot. Like, he's not really. Well, oh, actually, wait, no. So that's Boruto. Technically, he does use them a lot in part two. Naruto just has a bunch of different versions of the same jutsus he has, but now they have like different problems. But most of those wouldn't really do anything, even if he gave them like magma release or anything like that, because I think Goku can really fall into the heart of like a volcano coming out of the core of the earth and it does nothing to him. Really at the speed, this is an equalized scenario. So like the transformation stuff doesn't work for Goku and Vegeta, but the thing is that Goku and Vegeta have enough resistances in terms of like most elemental stuff, at least if it's not involving like ice, that a lot of the nature transformations that Naruto does would be completely worthless. Not to mention flying also eliminates the utility of like most of their arsenal. And Vegeta, as I'm sure you're no doubt aware, is very, very, very much a camper. He has a energy volley attack that they describe as Vegeta's technique, where he just shoots a bunch of energy volleys at you. And I mean, that guy, but like, not really anything that like, what's his face? Fucking Naruto's going to be able to do in that situation. He could maybe clone himself to deal with any of the problems or pressure that Goku Vegeta could deal with, but both of them can also sense like ki energy, which is like taken from at least a portion of your life
Oh,
force
that actually
and the
fucking
energy of
reminds
your
me.
body. So they'd be able to tell which version of Naruto is actually the real one. Whereas like Naruto's chakra abilities don't really have that kind of like overlap. He never uses them other than teleport. He does use the Prata Path though, and he does use planetary devastation. This would be like the end of part two
No,
if
that
they
reminds
were
me. Because
recovering.
fucking Pig Demon linked this video on the Discord server I need to watch about a guy explaining why he never equalizes verses.
Yeah, I watched that one. It was a pretty good one.
So what was his position? Was it just that like he thinks it's not like an accurate assessment of the matchup if you equalize it?
A lot of different things. That and like it gives an enormous amount of like unfair concessions to one side and nerfs the fuck out of the other. Like a good example that he says is that like you basically claim for like hockey users in Peace that are basically elementally intangible if you equalize their versus systems. You now argue that like the main attribute that makes them like special can now just be invalidated by any like chakra based attack. Even though chakra and many forms of chakra don't actually have like feats of being able to do things like that. Or assuming he didn't use examples from Bleach, but he could have gone further, like arguing that every chakra-based attack in Naruto could affect like a Soul Reaper in Bleach, even though chakra doesn't have like spiritual properties inherently. Like specific techniques do, not most of them. So you'd be granting them properties that they don't have in a situation that wouldn't be accurate. And you'd also be assuming that the way that like Genjutsu and a bunch of other things work across the board. It seems to be something that like only seems to happen in like I guess like specific matchups that people do for like some verses. I guess primarily like Naruto. I've seen it done for Dragon Ball as well, but he just didn't like it because it grants way too much of a level playing field for certain characters, but then also like eliminates advantages, disadvantage, or eliminates proper advantages for a bunch of other characters that they have as a product of their kit, and then grants properties to energy systems that they never had. So it's disingenuous as hell, is basically what he said. Which, funny enough, he's correct, because like a lot of people will assume it's just disingenuous to say that you can have like an energy system that doesn't validate something else, but like that's not how fiction works. Like not all fictions and not all stories are created equally, because some people are just going to spend a lot of time explaining how their power system works and making it really strong and busted for no reason or because they want to, and some people are just going to make it a basic energy system. So there's just going to be a situation where somebody is going to lose at the end of the day.
Well, I guess
And sometimes it's going to be
my
marvelous
question
or
I have
not.
to ask therein is like, okay, so how does he? So like, do we say that being able to interact with the soul or having soul-based energy wouldn't be able to hurt things in Bleach then, or like how would that work out? Because we can't confirm it to
So
hurt
no,
like things with Reishi and stuff, you know, because Reishi technically a different version of soul energy.
no. If you have soul-based energy, you should be able to interact with us. Well, okay, not a soul reaper, technically a normal soul in Bleach, because soul reapers require like higher amounts of reishi than to actually even see or even touch.
See, that's kind of where I get into this point of like, okay, so like I don't hate the idea he's presenting, but how far are we going to take that idea? Because at that point, we're going to get into some serious questions about like, do some of these matchups even exist in general?
There's plenty of verses. Well, some of the matchups wouldn't exist. You're correct. Like some of them just wouldn't exist in general. But to be fair, he wasn't including Bleach. I included it. He was including things like Soul Eater, Jujutsu Kaisen, Joe, My Hero Academia.
Well,
Like
so
some of those. Like
so how does he take? So does he give resistance to hockey like based on will or no? Because it's not part of their verse.
I don't think he included Baki as an example.
No, hockey. I meant hockey. The One Piece energy system.
Oh,
Because it,
um,
because in One Piece, certain hockey users have the ability to just enforce their will on any person and knock them the fuck out or shut down their powers and stuff. So, like, does he just say that like any verse that doesn't have resistance to it and they should be able to interact with just gets fucking negged by it?
no, because he wasn't really like when it was coming down to well, not so much hockey because he just explained like there were different types of hockey. He was mainly caught up about the idea of explaining like devil fruits because he was obviously pointing out that like there are different types of devil fruits, but a lot of referring to like Logia types have the elemental, intangibility, and
Yeah.
if we grant certain concessions, then like that elemental intangibility would just no longer be applicable even though the energy system of the verse in question has never demonstrated it can interact with that.
Maybe I'll get the video I'll watch then. Like, I think I know what he's trying to say, but I also kind of want to see like if
You,
he
you'll
explain.
you'll probably agree with some of it, disagree with some other things. I feel.
I mean, like that's fine, but it's like, cause yeah, I kind of agree with the idea of not equalizing the energy systems, but then there's also points where I'm kind of just like, there's no reason to not, because then we get into a bigger issue of like how this interacts with this when this shouldn't be a big issue.
Well, like I generally don't, but like what I say in particular is that we shouldn't be calling it an energy like equalization. We should just call it a concessions condition where
Well,
we need to frame it in a way where it's not like we're
so
making it clear that one verse is getting a change so that it can interact with the other verse, not the other way around.
so you said that he mentions devil fruits. Does he argue that hockey
Yes.
just nullifies elemental abilities or not?
No, he just kind of brings up different types of hockey. Um, to be fair, it was kind of hard to recall some of the information that I was listening to because I was listening to it and subbing it while I was also listening to someone else talk. So it was very difficult to remember like specific points. Here, just go watch it yourself at some later time.
I see. Stream with you guys discussing the video and what you guys think of equalization because I'm very interested in what you and Kyle's take on it is. Kyle's take on equalization is fucking cancer across the board, so don't even bother.
This is not the same kind of thing. This is like specifically in regards to the properties of energy systems.
Kyle's my boy,
Treat the
but
fire people with respect. I'll
he
treat her
knows
with respect.
damn well how I feel about his energy, his equalization take.
Mm, yes.
Ashen. Welcome. Very well. Then
But no,
Touch the darkness within me.
synchronous souls.
so
I'm
much
sorry.
porn, so much porn just existed because of this character.
Welcome.
So much porn exists because of that one like sentence. All right, let's go get those
Because I know
shards.
me and Kyle got into an argument the other day, like I think it was like actually a month or two ago, about the warlords versus the Akatsuki, where I was like telling Kyle like we have no reason to believe the warlords could even kill the Akatsuki could even kill the warlords because half of them are Logia types, and like you can't really prove Naruto characters could even hurt or kill a Logia type.
So what is a logia? I know the general idea of what a logia is. Like it's mostly just you're the properties of whatever your devil fruit is. But like, is there like general statements about what the devil fruits in general are made out of, or is it entirely dependent on the devil fruit? Is it entirely like
Okay,
a
if
case
we
by
go with the
basis?
most recent information from Vegapunk, devil fruits are the wishes of mankind manifested into an attainable object.
Okay, so it is a case by case basis then. It entirely depends on the properties of like whatever devil fruit that you're eating.
So yes and no. Yes, it is a case by case basis, but it's also not. The reason they can be categorized into areas is because most devil fruits will fall into one of 3 to 4 categories. Logias are
Yes,
elemental
logia.
manipulation, or actually not even just elements in general. Basically, think of Logias as forces of nature. They are anything that can actually exist within the world, and they become that thing. They aren't the concept of it, but they are now that thing. So,
Yes,
for example, the ice guy. He's not human anymore. He's just ice. He has a human form,
yes.
but he's an ice man.
I
Um,
just think of all the three admirals at Marineford when I think of logia types because that's like the most blatant example of it.
yeah. But then there's the paramecia types, which are just your physical body or what you can physically interact with has been altered. Nothing else about you. Which is
Yes.
also
What he was. Go ahead.
which is also a little inconsistent, but the best way I've seen someone describe it is paramecias are man-made materials. We'll go with that. That's probably the best way you can go about it. But paramecias are physical based, not elemental based. The reason this gets complicated is because Katakuri is a paramecia type.
That doesn't really matter for the purposes of what you would be talking about with Kyle because you were specifically talking about like, the admirals
Well, so
and
no, no, no,
being
no.
most of
No,
whom are logias.
no, no, no. So when we were talking about no, we have not had Admiral versus Naruto discussion. That's not a discussion. If Kyle's listening to
Oh,
this
it
right
was the
now, that's
warlords.
not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was the
that's not a
warlords. No, my
discussion.
bad.
The Admirals are gonna fucking dick slap most of
Well, since
Naruto.
I thought it was like they wouldn't be able to interact with them because they're logias. I'm like, yeah, no, that's a fucking fact. Like most of them wouldn't be able to touch their elemental bodies. Like
So
100%.
so what Kyle's position was specifically regarding one Logia user, Crocodile, who is Sand. Kyle's position
Yes.
was that I think it was against Datara. That Datara could blow up every piece of sand and kill Crocodile. But I was like, that's not how that works, and you have to prove that shit. Because
Well, so he showed he could blow up sand, I guess, in the sand Kazekage arc.
yeah, but we don't know if that would kill a Logia type by completely destroying their element in the moment. Because technically, Kuzan's been broken to pieces. I'm pretty sure his ice has been flat out melted away, and he's still standing. He literally fought a lava
Well,
user for
so
fucking a week straight. Like,
was
come
it
on now.
was it hang on, was it equalized or no? Well, I say that because if you don't equal it, okay, where do you scale most of the characters of One Piece as far as like the warlords and animals and stuff like that?
Well, hang on. If we're talking AP, they're like being being generous, like probably island to low continental, being generous.
What's where you would not be generous? Like
Mm,
standard interpretation,
probably mountain
not
level.
downplay. Like,
If we're going like more standard, mountain level's a safer bet.
okay, do they scale to that in terms of durability?
They would, yes, because they would. The characters by this point should scale to.
Then they're already too strong for the for the most part. Because I've already said this before for how I explain the chakra system, but like they don't scale to their physicals. Granted, they do have city level, island level feats for characters, so some of them could take them on, but like it's kind of a if they get
Fuck the games.
touched, they're you know, like so I would just say
How
in general, like the
embarrassing!
warlords. Well, because like most of the warlords scale to some FTL, don't they? Like
Uh,
some level of it.
all the warlords should be somewhere in the FTL range. Yes,
Okay,
unless you
so
want to
then they
try and
would
like
already be
argue.
faster than like they would already be faster than half the Akatsuki. Then why
Yeah.
is this even an argument?
Well, no. The argument wasn't who would win. I do think Kyle thinks some of the Akatsuki members would win because of like certain restrictions with their abilities. Like fucking the water
So
guy
so,
would be
so
able to
just
win.
so just so just Obito, Pain, and Itachi.
No.
Just
Because
those
I
three
remember
guys.
Kyle. No, because I remember Kyle was thinking possibly that what's his face. I think it's not Kakazu. The fishman, the fish guy.
The freaky fish guy. Yes, Kisame.
Yeah,
I was gonna say Miko Tsunami, but that would have been wrong.
yeah, no. So I believe Kyle was under the impression that Kasami could take on a few, like potentially some of the Delphi members, because I don't know if you know how water works in One Piece, but if you get seawater on any Fruit user, their strength gets sapped and their powers don't work.
Yes, I am aware of that. I've never understood what the major lore reason behind that was, or if it was ever explained. But they do clearly make it clear that like
So,
you don't ever want to be in water
according
as a
to
devil fruit user.
Vegapunk, you remember how I told you earlier how his theory was that Devil Fruits are the manifestations of people's wishes?
Yes.
So, according to him, the sea represents all of nature, and it despises devil fruits because they're unnatural. And so that's why it harms them whenever they come into contact with it.
So the sea is just like, hey, no,
So he's like, stop
that's
that.
illegal.
Stop that right now.
That just seems like a really petty way for Oda to be like, listen, you get to have your powers, but as soon as you touch the water, you're fucking dead. Because Mother Nature's coming for your ass.
No, yeah, no. But with the exception of a couple of the Akatsuki, maybe, yeah, no, I'm convinced the warlords just fucking stomp out that whole crew.
I mean, it's mainly just like, I think some of the members of the Akatsuki definitely have like better arsenals, but like that kind of doesn't matter when one, you're mostly glass cannon. Two, a lot of your elemental manipulation is based on converting physical and mental energy that you have to manually prep and then give it elemental properties after the fact, which means it's not only as bad as the generic magic system, it's only as good at the most as a generic magic system. Like, why do you think all the characters in Naruto that like have good abilities in the Akatsuki are always like Itachi or someone like Pain or something like that? It's because Pain's abilities just don't like Pain's abilities are so far out of the reach of his own verse in terms of like how bad the chakra system is. Pain doesn't even belong in his own verse. He belongs in a verse with actual abilities.
Damn. One Piece does not get far in Boruto. It doesn't get very far.
Oh, my neck.
I understand.
I need to use the restroom.
I mean, like, there's nothing lol about it. Boruto like comes out and is like, "Hey, bro, we got fucking planet smashers, universe destroyers." Because technically, I think you could technically argue that Kaguya is already potentially universal if you want to scale her dimension. I don't know how I feel about that one, but there's like enough statements to put them massively beyond what he scales right now. The only counter argument I can The only counter argument I can make is if I scale Blackbeard's darkness as as a point of like scaling, because according to one of the data books for One Piece, Blackbeard's darkness crushes you with infinite mass, and there are characters who have survived that attack or have like witnessed like taken attacks from that darkness.
Supposed to be.
So if we were to take that and use that for scaling, then like you'd have to be Uni Plus to like fucking guarantee victory.
No, like, do you know what Blackbeard's darkness, like, what his dark fruit or whatever? Do you know what it's supposed to be manifesting the powers of?
Darkness, but more accurately, gravity.
I was gonna say, technically a black hole,
Yeah,
because
because
the idea of what infinite mass comes from the wormhole that exists in the center of a black hole.
because he can suck people in with his ability and repel things and stuff of that nature. He basically
Yes, he gives them the suck. Sorry.
Boruto is
Go
way
ahead.
Boruto is way higher than One Piece. Literally, the only way you can say Boruto's higher than One Piece is just via power scaling. It's not the
Listen,
art.
I've gone
Not the
through a
story.
decent bit of Boruto, and I'm just saying, like, there's not really anything like super crazy in that manga that would lead to the conclusion that it's drastically beyond Naruto. But then again, I haven't seen the rest of the Otsutsuki after Momoshiki, so what would I know?
Boruto fans getting
Really,
their one win a year because their art is trash and their manga comes out once a month.
I don't know how she made that dimension other than hacks, and her chakra doesn't scale to her really. Well, that's also a problem. Is that like her? Wait, where do I go?
I know that ain't Boruto fans talking shit. Fuckers get beat by every weekly serialized manga, bro. I know you ain't talking shit over there. I know you ain't doing that in my fucking house.
So the whole like the idea that you could even scale Kaguya to uni is like questionable because the main position of her getting there comes from just the truth-seeking org expansion statements, which I know they say they're making an actual time space. But not only does that not happen in question, we actually get some statements in the actual arc when it's happening that pretty much confirm those dimensions aren't Kaguya's. She didn't make them. And we know that for a fact because of a statement that Obito makes about going to his time spaces. So he confirms that the time space jumps that he uses with Kamui is very similar to the jumps that Kaguya is making. And he says that he doesn't need to use any chakra as long as he's going to his time space. Otherwise, it takes an enormous amount of chakra for him to jump, and Kaguya is probably also doing that as the same, which means that Kaguya didn't make those dimensions at all because it costs chakra for her to jump from one to another. When ordinarily it wouldn't cost her any chakra at all because that's her dimension. And the whole fight basically has them pointing out that she essentially is losing chakra at a massive rate every time she jumps. And that's why she has to absorb the whole like thing at the end of the fight and make a new truth seeking orb. Like the expansive truth seeking orb. Because she has to get more chakra. So yeah, that causes a bit of a problem with the uni interpretation. Because Because Obito's over here like, yeah, so I actually have the ability to jump through time spaces. I can tell you right now, she's using up a lot of chakra.
The scaling don't lie. That's crazy, bro. How about he scales himself
Don't
into
have
some
that.
decent fucking character progression?
Oh no, she's burping purple stuff at me. There's so many imaginary ones. Oh, the magic clutch ring? This might be my first time having this. She also has no ability to control those dimensions. This is correct. She just transfers people between the dimensions. Well, actually, no. I think that's technically a little bit inaccurate because she is able to change the gravity in one of the dimensions. How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Stab you. You are now dead. But nice. It also affected her as well, and I think it's the only dimension where she showed any control. That was probably the only dimension where she showed any control. She wasn't able to mess with, like... Well, she did move the icicles in the ice dimension. That was about it.
What's the discussion?
Oh, welcome back, Kyle.
Kaguya having control over any of her dimensions.
You just go by the information you've got. She created them, scales at AP. Other than that, you have to find more evidence to say otherwise.
I disagree with that. So Obito's statements basically confirm she didn't make them at all. Because
Obito's statements are also wrong in the face of guidebooks, the manga, and also when I think
what Obito specifically confirms is that his ability is basically the same as her jumping ability, like her time-space jumping, and he says that he doesn't require any chakra to jump.
And in the guidebook it states that she creates her own dimensions and that she creates them as she pleases.
And I would argue that, like, while that's probably true, she didn't make those dimensions because it takes an amount of chakra for her to jump between them.
You have to prove that.
I was going to point that out. Obito literally confirms that in order to jump between dimensions, you have to use chakra if they're not your own. Jumping into his Kamui dimension doesn't require any chakra because it's his dimension. So,
They're also
which just mean... That would just mean in general that the dimensions that Kaguya is jumping to are not her own, because they require chakra.
But the guidebook states that they're her dimensions.
I mean, it's referred to as her castle and stuff. Like, she has, like, control over it in the sense that she's the only one there and she's the only one with that territory. Like, I totally agree with that. But as far as her, like, directly making it,
Okay.
You go by what information you have, you don't infer any less.
well, what do you mean you
It's in
don't
the guidebook.
infer any less?
If it
The
says
only
in the
information
guidebook-
that's inferred is that
if it
she has a
says-
property
if it-
right.
If it says in the guidebook that she made it, then she made it. It doesn't matter what
That information is
not-
contentious at best. I would argue that it's completely contentious.
Well, it's not contentious when you can back up the fact that Momoshiki created his own dimension as well in the Boruto novel.
Doesn't really matter here.
Isn't Momoshiki like way stronger than her anyways, even in that base form?
Yeah, that wouldn't particularly matter in this case because you go by what is stated, which is that she created it.
And I've already told you that any dimension that she would have created would never require chakra for her to move through.
I disagree with that.
It's literally her fucking dimension. Obito points out that like it doesn't take any energy for him to jump through, and it's the same ability.
Yes, but your position comes from Obito in his opinion.
Obito is literally looking directly at the ability and is like, this is how it works. He's able to use his Kamui on the space. Like, he uses the Kamui on the openings that she opens between the various dimensions and uses them to time space jump. Like, it's the same ability. It doesn't even look different. Like, I could understand why you want to take the guidebook statement because it's a direct statement, but it's possible for statements to have information that's inaccurate.
Actually, that reminds me. Kyle, are you feeling better? You were sick earlier.
Oh yeah, he was actually dying.
Oh, did you fucking leave again?
No, maybe he fell unconscious.
Oh, there's the back. Spouse has affected the origin.
So Kyle, what do you think of the Lord of the Rings anime? Kyle, go. So someone's going to have to explain this Lord of the Rings anime to me, because based on what you're saying, it makes it sound like it's an older show, but when you say anime, I think it's something like more modern.
No, they're making apparently a new modern. They're making a new modern Lord of the Rings anime, but they're doing it in a way that is hang on. They're doing a new Lord of the Rings anime, but they're doing it in an anime style. So it's a movie, but it's anime.
Downplay brought Kyle back to health temporarily. Bro, I read the entire fucking manga in like 5 days. Do not fucking tell me that I am downplaying. Actually, no, it took less than 5 days. It took like less than 72 hours.
Kyle, hearing the Naruto downplay, immediately just wakes up from the dead, just like, let's fucking go.
Well, very well, then take another.
Alright, every time.
Did you die again?
Well, I shall meet.
No, I went to get my cold washing, but I didn't cold washing. I just fucking stacked them in a pile. I'm too sick to
Yes.
fucking do that shit.
Where's my... I don't have any Estus. Of course I don't have any fucking Estus. I want more flasks. It's a prequel set 100 years before the books.
Wait, what the fuck? This guy looks older? What the fuck?
Isn't that the new one you just bought?
No. I guess I was mistaken. Which was the original guidebook then? That's weird. It's a prequel set 100 years before the books. Wait, but isn't that Aragorn in the fucking anime? Oh well, Aragorn's like what, like 300 years old or something?
No, like 80 something.
But that's all right. It's gonna be weird then. All right, we'll see how it goes.
I keep thinking of Aragon every time you say Aragorn, so I got really confused there.
I forgot how you're actually supposed to pronounce it. I used to say it's Aragon, but I was told I was wrong.
It is Aragorn.
Aragorn.
Well,
It's Aragorn.
yeah. Kyle's probably the one who
And
told me
that's
I
how
was
it's
wrong.
done.
But I did say it the way you did, Mangler.
Well, that's mainly because like Aragon is it's a little bit shorter. There's not really any like major spaces between the G and the end, aside from the O. So Aragorn has more. Well, technically, it's the same amount of syllables. It's just more baggage.
Well, hmm.
There you go. You did. Okay. Sword rings.
Why does Kenshiro fight so many people? There are so many fights I have to take pictures of. Set 183 years before the events of the Lord of the Rings film, the War of Rohirrim? Rohirrim? We'll say it's Rohirrim. Tells the story of Helm Hammerhand, a legendary king of Rohan, and his family as they defend their kingdom against an army of Dunlendings.
Sounds like I know what that is.
I'm actually kind of surprised. If it's supposed to be an original king of Rohan, I'm surprised he's white.
Because Helm Hammerhand is supposed to be white. He's a historical figure.
Oh, the character actually is described in the book, or what?
He's part of the lineage the same as Theoden.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that, like, if there was ever
The only people who are described as black in Tolkien's works are the Eastlings.
Oh, the bad guys, you mean, Kyle? Very interesting. Very interesting.
No. If people think that's too politically charged, it's because they're fucking Middle Eastern.
Suspicious. Kyle, you're just gonna accept Naruto's 5B at best? The fuck? He doesn't even accept that now.
I never accepted. I never said he was 5D.
5B, B as in boss.
I don't know what the fuck that means. Use actual fucking tiering. Don't use that fucking letter number bullshit. I told you people for fucking years. I hate that shit. Use the actual tiering name.
We even scale the abilities, aliens' ability to create dimensions to their durability. Does it scale to durability? I wouldn't.
Hold up, Zim, isn't this the boss you got stuck on? My boy.
Yes. This is the boss that took his life.
It also gives him a little bit of historical text. Helm Hammerhands is the one who crafted the fortress of Helm's Deep.
You mean you mean that fortress that has never fallen under any circumstances? That fortress?
And it still hasn't.
You know, okay, that's technically fair, I guess.
No, it's 100% fair because the bomb scene and everything like that only happens in the movie.
Oh, okay.
The only thing accurate about the movie is that they do get pushed back, but they never lose the fortress.
Right, yeah, because if I remember correctly, you mentioned that the elves don't show up in the book, right? That's a movie only thing.
Correct? If the book was to do if the novel, like if the movie was to play the events like the novel, the battle would have been like a footnote.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You want to know why?
Pontiff
You want to
Sullivan
know
is
why Helm is
getting
called Helm Hammerhand?
I see.
Pestilent
The reason
Mist is broken.
the reason he's called Helm Hammerhand is because he doesn't usually beat people with a hammer. He'll usually beat them with his own fist.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again? It sounded like you said someone beating someone to death with their own fists.
Yes. Do you know the origin of how Helm Hammerhand got his epitaph?
No.
Well, he's called the Hammerhand, not because he uses a hammer, but because he basically annihilates people by punching them really hard in the head.
Well, that's nice.
Sorry, I'm a really sick way to kill him.
Oh, you see all those Prince of Persia announcements?
What's that?
Did you see all the Prince of Persia announcements from Ubisoft yesterday?
2026. Yeah.
Well, I think they announced like 3 Prince of Persia games.
No. Just the
No?
same time.
I could have sworn I saw 2 more, but I guess maybe they were just remakes or like ports. Yeah, fuck Pontiff Sullivan. All my homies hate Pontiff Sullivan.
Okay. Delayed command grabs. Love that.
Sounds like a skill issue, not gonna lie.
You sound like a skill issue.
Your mom's a skill issue, Sparta. I don't know what you gotta talk about. It took me 3 tries to beat him. Bleed is OP. Bruh.
This ain't bleed. This is something different. Down on the ground where you belong. Pestilent Mist is probably the only sorcery spell in this game, but definitely the only time in this game where I'm like, man, that probably should have been nerfed. Because for some reason, Pestilent Mist does like this is no, this isn't actually an ice-based ability. This is literally like a neutral magic spell that just produces mist that eats away people's health.
What's your excuse, Zim? I don't know what you're talking about, Sparta. What would you be talking about?
Magic. Well, I wasn't using bleed, so the pestilent mist in particular will cause damage to anything, including its caster, if you're within the radius. But since a boss is like so big, once they get hit by the actual like attack, they're basically caught in it, and they get to get hit by it, and it does neutral damage. So it doesn't matter what your resistance is; it does consistent damage each time. And for Pontiff Sullivan, that's kind of crazy because he has.
Watch something with a little less space, for fuck's sake.
What?
Sorry, what?
No, not you, fucking. Mister, I want to fucking listen to movies on full ball out there.
Oh. Like every enemy has a set of resistances. So normally it'd be magic, but it's not magic. So it just does flat damage. When Pontiff Sullivan brings out the doppelganger, that's supposed to be like the hardest part of the boss fight. But you could just cast Pestilent Mist on him as soon as he starts like holding up a sword. And then not only does he take a lot of damage, like hundreds of points of damage, his doppelganger is taking damage as he's standing there. And as long as you don't attack the doppelganger for the first couple seconds, he'll just stand around. So the doppelganger loses like 80% of his health. And then he'll just die before he gets a chance to attack you.
That sounds like Mangler cheesed the fight.
I did cheese the fight with Pestilent Mist. If I didn't do that, it would have been a lot longer. Strategy doesn't work on any boss that isn't like kind of stationary.
Yeah.
Mega watch out, he's using Getsuga Tensho. Oh. We'll wait for that. Yeah, that's the worst Getsuga I've ever seen. I've never seen a Getsuga fizzle out like, I don't know, 20 feet across the room. But I have seen a Getsuga cut the cloud cover in half. Or boil an ocean. Or evaporate an ocean, I should say. Oh, wait. Am I offline?
No? Or what do you
Okay,
mean?
I am. No, in the game. I'm offline.
Not
I
talking?
don't want to get invaded. Comes the NPCs. Oh. Whoa, what the hell? Stunlock City.
Don't forget Break a Dimension. What are you guys talking about?
Oh my god, fuck your base.
Is it your neighbor or your dad?
Dad.
What, is he playing all about that base or something?
No, he's watching a fucking movie on all the base. He's fucking obsessed with it.
The stereo just like revved all
I
the way
wanna,
up.
I wanna feel the movie. How would you fucking feel some common courtesy?
I mean, I could understand it if he was like alone in his house and testing out a new stereo system for the first time.
Okay, so he's not alone in his house, but he is at his house. Does that not matter?
Yeah, I'm here. He can do it when I'm at
Well,
work.
there's other people living in the house. You can't just turn up all your music
Okay,
all the
ahorita
way up. You
como
gotta be
entonces.
conscious. Oh my god, mothers again.
Entonces no como ahorita, entonces. Okay. Ah,
Mangler, this area is the best part because of invasions, especially when they do the dueling circle. This is actually one of the worst areas in the game. Invaders like it because there's so much room and stuff that you can fight people in, and that's why it's the most popular area. But like in reality, this area is trash because it's basically like there will be people that will either duel down here. There's people who will hide around corners using magic and stuff like that. This is a really common one. People get stuck in this wall right here. They'll somehow get inside that as an invader, and that will just keep people stuck in the game. Or they'll just wait for the host on by, and they basically have to sneak attack them. And it's horrible for invaders because invaders then have to fight like not just the host and their 5 fucking summons or however many summons they have. They also have to fight the blue police. And because the blue sentinels show up, because the host is always in the blue what's it called? The Way of the Blue Covenant, which is basically just a covenant that says, please come save me because I'm worthless. And then the blue sentinels and the dark moon are like, okay, we'll come save you.
you want to talk about it?
No. I could honestly just turn on online and just show you what happens. You would like to see for yourself.
Well, it's because like the reason I'm asking what to talk about because that feels pretty personal.
It is. It's stupid when you're playing as a host. But it's even dumber as an invader. When I try to invade someone for materials for a covenant, then the game's like, okay, here you go, here you counterpoint. You now have to fight the host and their 2 summons plus a blue sentinel. Also, the host activated the tree from the fruit from the tree of hollows or whatever the hell. So every enemy in the game is now going to attack you in this room. Have fun with that. Get out from behind your shield. Oh, is he stopped by the wall? Yeah, bro. You're done. I missed. Where you go? Get off the. Okay, no, it's not working. I've got the lore for the Silver Knights. They're the Knights of Anor Londo. They protect Anor Londo.
Except they're also not the Black Knights.
They're not. Can you shut the fuck up? Like, stop saying that. They are. They're also technically members of the Dark Moon Covenant, while also not being members of the Dark Moon Covenant. And they support Gwyn's stupid bullshit Age of Fire, and will relentlessly defend it even if they keep going whole.
Okay.
Oh, we're not getting a lot of souls, at least. We're just go open that shortcut down there. I shouldn't have to do any of this again. No, they're cooking me. There's no way. There's
You
no
okay?
way a fireball has that much range.
You want to talk about it?
No. My fireball doesn't have that much range. That was funny. Fuck you. I'll probably clip that. Anyway, well, that's so stupid. There's no fireball spell in the game that has that kind of range.
But it did, and you died.
Yes. That was a fraudulent kill. Unarmed.
No, that's la vez pegada, que sí. Wait, yo te hice. Okay, okay.
Triple no, bro.
No. Yeah,
Oh yeah, you can kill the mimic with pestilent mist.
you proud of yourself?
Takes a while though. Yes, I'm very proud of myself. Just gotta aim at the.
Fuck, maybe I got Kyle
Sounds
sick.
bad. Golden ritual spear.
Did I say you could speak?
I hate weapons that have 4 different types of stat lines. Wait, you're telling me that this guy gave that Pontiff Sullivan gave them this spear to the Dark Moon Knights before he claimed the title of Pontiff? Really? Like that? This crappy weapon was what bought their loyalty?
Damn, okay.
Clearly, clearly, their eyes were not the most observant thing about them. Clearly, they were lacking in the intelligence department, which is evident in the fact that all of their abilities require faith.
Damn, what are you trying to say? Fuck.
They are stupid. And apparently, that might be enough to get you Pontiff, like, stupid.
Bruh.
I just think Dark Souls definitely should have had a game that's actually focused on either A, the Age of Dark, or B, the actual Age of Light when it's happening, not
Nah,
the world
nah.
is dying.
You show up when the world is dying, you'll be fucking satisfied.
Every Miyazaki game has got to be like, the world is dying. The only one that wasn't like that was like maybe Sekiro. And they go out of their way to be like, yeah, the country of Ashina is under assault by everybody. And then you proceed to contribute to the downfall of the country. Anyway, like you're in the stages of it falling to pieces, but it still has something. However, it's in a really bad situation. And you make it worse. You'd think the Silver Knights would actually kill the Deacons of the Deep, considering they're the followers of Aldrich, the guy who literally tried to eat their leader, or succeeded in eating their leader, Gwendolyn.
No, no, that's false.
I have a spear jammed through my midsection. I will never live this down, or sit this down for that matter.
No, but for the record, that is actually false. He has not eaten Gwendolyn.
We literally see Gwendolyn at the top of his body, like
Yeah.
he's.
No.
You think?
No. He's still being eaten.
No. Like he's at the head. He's at Aldrich's head.
Yeah.
Like he's not in his mouth. He's just his head.
No.
Like
He's still kicking.
No. What kind of universe do you need to be to believe?
No, he's still kicking.
We're gonna show him this man Aldrich, and he's gonna say, "Look, guys, Gwendolyn's fine." Somehow. All right. The Fire Lube Shrine. I'm in the Firelink Shrine. We've now made it past Zim's playthrough.
Damn.
This is a weird statement. The ceremonial sword held in Pontiff Sullivan's left hand, representing the judgment of magic far closer to sorcery than any existing lunar power. Dark blue hues, deeper than the dark moon, reflect Sorcerer Sullivan's true nature. Does that imply that, like, most sorcery derives power from the moon? That doesn't really make any sense.
Why doesn't that make sense? Isn't it moon magic?
Well, no, because the statements that we have about, like, most of the soul arrows and things like that is that they're literally made from, like, your soul. Let me see if I can get this. Soul arrow, sorceries, inflict magic damage. Oh wait, no, that's a phase thing. It must be descriptions in one then. Descriptions in one for the spells. Give them. Yeah, they cut the descriptions down hard in this game.
How dare you, Mangler? This is his masterpiece. What do you mean he cut the descriptions down hard?
It's the best Dark Souls game apparently. Yeah, so this description, even for the cast light ability, is completely different from PS1's description for it. Yeah, so they do state in the repair description that light is time. So I think that's why people come to the conclusion that the first flame like reverts time.
Yeah.
But like that obviously has some issues considering like other light spells and things don't really work that way. In fact, most light space spells do exactly what you would expect light to do, which is like obstructing things, like hidden weapon, hidden body. Twisted Wall of Light does state that it is like able to contort the fabric of fundamental walls, negating magic by denying its part of the physicality. Which is actually a really good statement, all things considered. Like the light in Dark Souls is definitely not normal light, but I think the light, like all light being time, is a little bit wonky. You consider like where the consequence of that leads. Touch the darkness within me. Said every freaking
Farewell.
chick to every 13-year-old child playing this game. I should fucking. Yeah, I'm popping your soul. Soul is mine.
Well, speak then. Very then take note. Farewell, maiden. Welcome. Very then take note. Farewell, Ashen One.
Ashen One.
Kyle, did you ever finish finishing me?
I think Kyle's still muted.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, shame. Also, we have enough vitality now to where we can carry this whip. Whip it good. Alright. Time to go through the dungeon.
The dungeon.
The dungeon.
The dungeon.
I don't remember what else we have, because this is where the game does open up, because the catacombs lead somewhere. The rest of this leads somewhere. I just would have preferred that non-linearity from the beginning of the game. You know, like within the first 4 levels. Oh, I got an idea. Stop hitting me!
The nameless king, Gwen's firstborn son. You mean firstborn daughter?
Pretty sure his firstborn is the Nameless King. Guinevere is not his firstborn.
I don't recall Gwen having a firstborn son.
He is, like, the Nameless King is his son that's been ripped out of history. Because he
Nope,
did something so
there's
unspeakable.
there's no records of a son existing named Lim. I'm afraid you got it wrong.
Crazy.
I think you should get some help, Mangler.
Let me try the Soul Greatsword. Because I tried the regular one, and it's pretty good. It actually has different effectiveness depending on the weapon that you have. Like the Farron Flash Sword. Like if you have a long, like one of those Irithel catalysts that has like faster cast time, and then you use this. The length right now, I'd say this is about. Would you say it's about a 6-foot range? Or am I having like little off estimation? I would say this is a 6-foot range. What do you think, Zem? It's about 6 foot.
Is it your body length?
Yeah. Well, you hit with whatever the blue part is, not the
No,
actual
no, no, no.
staff.
I know, but what I'm saying is like I'm trying to look at it and I'm trying to figure out like it's about your body height, the blue sword part. So I'd say yeah, it's about 6 feet.
The blue part is identical to the catalyst that's using it. So, for context, it shouldn't be longer than the rest of the staff. It should be equal to the staff, so it's just doubling its length. But the Soul Greatsword is a little bigger than that. Oh, they nerfed the Soul Greatsword. Well, actually, technically they didn't. Maybe I'm used to the Elden Ring one. If you actually have a regular, like what is it, the other catalyst that... Oh, yes, the Witch Tree Catalyst. If you take this... and then try it, that's how long it is. It's like a fucking spear.
¿Eh? No. ¿Ya te vas otra vez?
I think I will try that, actually.
No estoy diciendo nada que no tienes que ir o algo así. He has as far okay. He has as far as spent time with his human wife Gwen, said fuck that and stabbed them, burning her to nothing but a shade, then fade after saying her love to Arthur, and he got so enraged he's false that what the fuck? What the fuck?
Yes, his father spent time with his human wife. Gwen said, "Fuck that," and stabbed him, burned her to death, nothing but a shade. Right after that, he said he loved Arthur, and he got so enraged. He stabbed his father with a black lamp mortality on his sword spear. Where in the world are you getting this? What is this fanfic like stuff?
That one, boss.
Delicious. Apparently there is not a drop attack.
Are you okay?
No. Once I get to the Irithel dungeon, it'll be better.
Alright. What?
Honestly, like a lot of my problems with like the aggression in this game have been almost fixed with the 60 FPS thing, so I can see why people think the game is solid if you're playing strength or dex. It probably does feel that way. But magic is not really improved.
Still blaming magic for your insecurities?
Oh, I'm burning!
What?
He burned me away.
$5.36. Alright. Yeah.
That's right, the best enemy in the entire game. Oh, more sneak attacks. Delicious. Best enemy in the entire game.
You're trying to go out the Sunlight
Jailer.
Spear and the Great Lightning Spear. You mean Solar, bro? Apparently, what made the sun get banished is that when everything was going to shit, he decided to try siding with the dragons to help keeping everything together, but the rest of the family said no.
That is the most likely outcome, yes. Because I think it's asserted that he's a traitor in one of the descriptions.
Yeah, because he went with the
Which,
fucking
considering,
dragons.
well, considering he's riding a dragon around, he's practicing lightning in a very specific way, and he's also well, it's implied he also killed Orenstein because Orenstein's armor is in his boss fight room.
Bruh.
Oh, stop eating me! Oh yeah, you like the jailers then?
The jailers? I've been here.
You
Oh, so
like their ability to reduce your maximum health?
no, I did not like that ability. That was trash.
It's also an AoE effect that affects you from the other side of the room, despite the fact that it's
No, I know.
activated with a
I
storm
I
cloud.
know. I
It doesn't
know.
even touch the other side of the room. I'm glad that even people who play DS3 and love DS3 will acknowledge that the jailers are probably one of the worst enemies in the series because their attacks just don't make any fucking sense. Because we collectively acknowledge it is horrible. Even we cannot defend it.
Even we cannot defend it.
He also gained everything his father had, so he's equal to his father. Is that confirmed? Or are you just inferring this off of like a lot of lore from like I don't know Bosch videos, like lore videos? Dead.
Oh, you died due to the jailer's wonderful ability to just reduce your max HP to the end of the earth.
Yes. It's just a cloud thing.
He also gained everything his father had, so apparently he's an equal to his father. That's not saying much, but he killed his dad pretty easily.
I mean, we're fighting a decrepit, broken version. Though, I guess it technically doesn't matter for the purposes of the Nameless King, because he's also insane.
Bruh.
And people in Dark Souls just get a grip and not just go crazy. In a verse where they know craziness is happening. Maybe that sounds a little insensitive, but like, just how hard can it be not to be driven to lose your fucking mind? I know Dark Souls 2 paints the Hollowing curse as basically this like Alzheimer's thing where you just slowly lose your memories, but based on what we're told, like gaining souls and stuff allows you to retain enough power, like you can, or an understanding of the dark, you can just stave off the lack of like knowledge completely.
Bruh. Oh, shotgun. So then what was Cinder even? Are you trying to get to fucking the fucking giant now, right?
Trying to get to the bottom place below Riverdale Dungeon, which is like, oh yeah, it's the giant. I thought you were speaking about the giant in the room, Yorm, because I could just use Yorm as free XP, considering I don't really have to fight Yorm to get the blade. The blade will do everything for me.
Bruh.
How fucking far are these guys gonna follow me?
Actually,
Oh my god. No.
so when do we get to the end of the fucking game? What I mean specifically is
Hold
like,
up.
when do we start getting to the DLC?
Halfway there.
Because yeah, I'll say because there's two DLCs for this game, right? Are they both post game or is one post game?
They're both post game. Well, okay. Technically, no. One of them's not post game, but I'm trying to remember if I did I play the. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck no! I didn't unlock any of the shortcuts. Oh, stupid ass fucking rats.
Bruh.
I only played two at this point.
Rats ruining Dark
Did I
Souls
play?
run since DS1.
Did I play any of the DLCs during the Dark run that I did?
So for Dark Souls 2, I believe you did do the Frozen King. Uh, I don't remember if you did the Iron Keep, and I don't think you did the Poison one, but I could be wrong about that. No, I think you did do the Poison one actually. No, 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 because you didn't fight the dragon, did you?
No, I did.
You did?
If I started it, I would have finished it.
Do you remember fighting the samurai guy? Because I don't think you did. You might have just played the normal campaign
Uh,
for the Iron Keep.
Alone Knight is he? You don't need to beat him to beat the. Or not. What was it called? What was his fucking face? Sir Alone. He's not. He's completely optional.
Yeah, but you didn't do him then, right?
No, I did do it. I just didn't do Sir Alone. I beat the Fume Knight.
Yes. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Fume Knight boss fight was fun as fuck.
Hume Knight's pretty good.
the rats have fallen.
Bruh.
All right. Now this time we're gonna kill those rats.
A good one is Madeir in the Ring City.
Get all the way. Bro, charged up at that attack. What the fuck? Okay, that was questionable. You're done. Stay dead. Alright. Where is door out of here? Go upstairs. Ooh. Hear that? This opens up a shortcut. Oh, wait, what's happening? Alright, we got a shortcut.
Is that your first shortcut unlocked?
Yes, I don't need the second one. It's gonna go straight to the end. Well, sort of straight.
Yeah, but I never got around Dark Souls 3 DLC. I actually never got to play Dark Souls 1 DLC because I met the requirements for it, but it wouldn't activate for me.
Oh, definitely do that. What did the Ring City one last? That one's
Technically,
probably got stronger enemies.
well, isn't the Ring
Oh
City
yeah,
also the one that has Sir like the fucking knight at the end?
the Slave Nightingale, yes. And it's
Yeah,
got Midir, and I never actually beaten Midir. I did I didn't find it that difficult because he's such a big dragon. Like I was able to poke his legs a bunch, and I was like, oh, he's not really that difficult. But like I wasn't doing that much damage, so I'm hoping it will be different this time around. You know, either most of that. Then I guess there is the Ashen Lake, whatever.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But so did you know in the DC universe no one masturbates?
Sorry, what?
In the DC universe, no one masturbates.
How could you even? How could you even prove that?
So Neil Gaiman, you know the guy who wrote the existential books, Sandman, which goes over all the emotions and stuff people feel in the universe and stuff like that. He was
Yes,
not allowed to mention masturbation as something humans do because, according to the editor, they do not do that in the DC universe.
that sounds like a really dude must be super religious. Like he must not have liked that idea.
So, uh, Neil Gaiman's response to that was just simply, that explains a lot. But yeah, no. So that is canon. DC characters do not masturbate. Do with that information what you will.
So what you're telling me is they get folded by Slanesh.
Get fooled by Slanesh.
Slanesh just shows up and it's like it's time for pleasure. I don't know what that is. Oh, you're about to learn.
Bruh.
That's ruining Dark Souls 3's Dark Souls run since DS1. Yeah, honestly, whenever rats, the only time rats have never been bad, or the only time rats have not been bad, is Dark Souls 2, and that's just because they give you ample amounts of time to hit them. But in this game, they're like stun lock, stun lock. Uh, May the flames guide thee. I need another sorcery. Man, they upgrade your Estus like something fierce in this game. It's like every time I go out to a new location, I get an undead bone shard.
Bruh.
Has anyone else been noticing that?
No.
You know,
No.
just me. Yes. I need the large dragon ring. With that and the sorcery chant buff, I should be able to do maximum damage. Once you get all of those, then sorcery starts doing pretty silly damage in this game. But you have to stack on like so many buffs that at that point it's like you're not even doing normal damage, you're just doing buff damage. Which I understand if you're a cleric, because clerics usually stack buffs, and that's kind of like the whole point is that they can buff their weapon. They can use like some specific power thing that they do, like Sacred Oath or whatever, and
Yeah.
something else. But the amount of buffs that you can do for clerics in this game and also for other magic builds is ridiculous. Like I've seen people do what's it called? Deep absorption or whatever, which increases like your attack and defense by 5%, and then also stamina recovery. And then they do Sword Oath, which increases their attack and defense by like 15% or 20%. Then they have the Lloyd Sword Ring, which increases their attack by 15 to 20% if their health is at full. And then they put Lightning Blade on their attack after they've done like something else. And they're basically running like a good 30-40% extra damage plus lightning. And they're doing like 300-400 extra points of damage for free. It's nuts.
Bruh. Something like that. Oh. You want to call a stream at 8 hours or what?
I'm gonna call the stream after I kill you, Orm.
All right.
Put him down. Like the animal he is.
So it's gonna be 2 Lords of Cinder dead, right? Then you still have a couple more to take care of.
Yeah, then I just have Aldrich, and there's a couple optional areas I can go to, but technically I don't need to do any of them. This game's so short.
Well, it's not. I mean, technically, can't you argue that for all Dark Souls games, with the exception of 2, they're all kind of short?
Kind
Like,
of.
two locks you behind the gate, but you can get through the gate normally, can't you?
What locks you behind the gate?
Dark Souls 2 locks you behind the gate.
Are you referring to the Gate of the King?
Yeah, I think you need like the Ring of the King or something to get through one of the doors, right? Or you get like 5 million souls.
Yeah, so 1 million souls.
Where?
Yeah, but you can. Well, actually, so you need the. Actually, no. Well, okay. The Winter Shrine, the Shrine of Winter, either needs 1 million souls or the 4 Great Souls. But you can technically, for a lot of DS2's levels, you can skip entire portions of it.
Did you not bring the Onion Knight along with you?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't need him.
Bruh. Man's whole journey is to kill his friend to reclaim his honor. Mangler's just like, nah, bro, just say it out, bro. It'll be fine.
But I don't need your help.
Bruh. Okay, welcome back, Kyle. Oh.
You'll see they do fuck. What do you see they do fuck? There's literally an app which shows used to hook up the entire story behind it. Well, it just means they don't masturbate. Like, you don't have to masturbate to have sex.
True. Why did I miss this couple
You
of
can
fucking hours?
have sex without masturbating.
Did you say true or prude?
True.
Apparently, Kyle, I don't know if you know this, but apparently it is canon that in DC, the DC characters do not masturbate.
I don't know. Nick's looking a little sus.
Apparently, it was confirmed in Sandman, Kyle.
Do they have a direct statement that they don't masturbate? Or is it just the developer saying that?
No, that was the author of the story telling him, like, answering the question, because he said it before, but so they asked him, "Hey, I don't know if it's true or not, but weren't you told not to include masturbating in Sandman or something?" And yeah, no, the editors told him people in DC Universe don't masturbate.
That
So
has the same kind of energy as Spider-Man's not allowed to like throw out swear words.
I think there's supposed to be humor in that, where like they should be able to do it, but we're just not going to because that would be cathartic.
I I kind of get what they're saying, but I feel like that's not the actual reason. Because usually when someone's against masturbation, it's not because they're trying to make a joke. It's usually because they genuinely believe it's unethical.
DC is a nice Christian comic.
Yeah, bro, we can have masturbation or a nice Christian comic about like the devil and shit.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but like Lucifer Morningstar is literally a guy at the top of the cosmology, where his entire narrative is literally the same thing as Lucifer from the Bible. Like pretty much the exact same thing, with obviously some inverse like changes to certain places, but like it's literally like, yeah, I want to have freedom. I don't want my story and my who I am as a person to be ruled by my father. Tired of people blaming me for humanity's problems. Yep, sounds like Lucifer Morningstar. He's even named the same thing.
Bruh.
I'm not gonna come back down here, so I might as well get all this loot. And then I'll get off.
Oh wow, that's kind of funny actually. Apparently, the Spider-Man movie with the most re-release opening day at the domestic box office was Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
Even the Amazing Spider-Man outperformed the Tom Holland run. I guess because they're probably the most recent. That's kind of funny. Apparently, Venom while he's in prison, runs the prison newspaper.
Hell yeah.
Good for him. He's going places.
Come get your news. Get eaten alive.
Maybe he doesn't eat his clientele, Mangler. That's such a disgusting assumption you make.
So that arrangement was just splendid.
Bruh.
I wonder how much time they wasted making this arena to give the illusion of environmental storytelling instead of just spending money on
Fuck. Damn.
cutscenes or
item descriptions. Just saying, it's not like the cutscenes are even rendered out of engine or anything.
Bruh.
Which apparently is not fit to lick the boots of,
How dare you?
according to the rest of the Unkindles. But I'm special like that. Yorm's a lame character. There, I said it. I did it.
What did you say? I'm sorry, what was that?
I said Yorm is a lame character.
You son of a bitch. If Yorm had any
How
fans, I'm
dare
sure they'd be real offended right now.
I'm sorry, what?
If Yorm had any fans, they'd be really offended right now.
I mean, shit, I'd go as far as to say all the Lords of Cinder in this game are just boring and not interesting.
How dare you?
I am Yuri. Thanks to love
Now his soul is redeemed because he died like a slave.
bearer of the dark. For the time thou
Damn,
remainest,
okay.
Lord, we of London.
Well, that's basically what she says. She's like, his soul is redeemed. Like, why? Because he gave me sorceries until he collapsed from a heart attack? Like, what in the world?
Oh, damn, okay.
What did this man do to deserve that? This is worthless ring. This is also worthless ring. I already have this. Okay, so yeah, the Soul Great Sword is made from souls.
Alright.
I need the Dark Souls 2 descriptions. There's only 10 minutes in spells.
Alright. Then we'll probably stop there for a day then.
Yes. I'm just gonna level up and then getting off. Actually,
Oh fuck. Yeah, because I gotta start prepping dinner and everything, so that way later on I can stream with Devil if he wants to stream today. And see what plans that's gonna be. If not, I'll just chill out, go sleep early, and hopefully wake up, nice and early tomorrow.
Ashen Mangler. Well, very well then,
yes, now I have even more invulnerability on my rolls. I forgot you can boost them by another 5 or 6 frames. So you have like a 20, 25 frame roll.
Nice.
Which is a little ridiculous, considering the game used to run at 30 FPS. That would mean for basically the entirety of a second you were completely invincible. Alright. I think we are pretty much done. I don't think I have anything else to do at the moment.
Sounds good. And then with that said, we'll just call a stream here for today. Almost an 8-hour stream. So everything will be going as usual. We'll see if Devil will be streaming later today. If not, it's fine. And with that said, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next